What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. What have I just seen here? Yeah, for Twitch Gaming, if you spot anyone in the chat that's just trying to promote anything, because there was a bit of a spammy message in there, I've just blocked it. But yeah, just kick them, just block them, man. Hello to everyone. How you doing? Hello to Noisy Steve. Hello to Mark Gork as well. Lovely to see Mark Gork in it. Always one of the first to say hello in the chat. I love it. So how's it going, Mark? How's poker going for you as well? Are you smashing it on the tables? The ban hammer is my best friend. Love it. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of nice that we don't have to use it, but when you've got the power and someone deserves it, yeah, don't be shy. Swing it like there's no tomorrow. It looks a little bit like we're just waiting for people to come in. You might have noticed actually on the screen here that Sorare have done a bit of tidying up on the homepage. So they've removed the challenges section from the main landing page, and they've also removed the private leagues or the custom leagues from it, because everyone knows the custom leagues are kind of crap, and they are going to get a rework. So they've just kind of made the landing page now much cleaner. So you've just immediately presented with the two main game modes of Rivals and Pro, and then at the top left you've got this this level, your manager level, and if you click on it, it then takes you into the challenges. So it's actually quite, for Sorare, it's actually a surprisingly good design change, because they often don't make good design changes. If you are in the channel and you are looking to get involved in the games that we play today, I will give you the links right now. There's the link for Sorare, so please do use it if you want to check out this game. And there's also a link there for Pooky. It's another game we cover. Not as good. 2024 is really bad actually so far, but that's part of the game. Why is that, Mark? Is that because you found that your game is off? Or is it just a bad run? Is it just an increase in better players as well? Like what's the reason, do you think, for it? Like, I don't play poker. I have played in the past, but I'm always quite interested to know on stuff like that. Lionel Messi will most likely not be available for Saturday's game versus DC United due to injury. He will undergo tests, but they won't take risks with him. Well, he played last night, right? So did he come off injured last night or something? I thought I wasn't really following it, and I just saw that he played and he'd done quite well. I didn't know. I knew he was kind of nursing a bit of an injury beforehand, wasn't he? But I thought he was over it. It's a bad run. Oh, he went off, did he? All right, let's have a little look then. Thanks, man. Twitch Gaming is on the ball today. I love it. He's always on the ball, to be fair. Messi update. Tata Martino adds that he suspects Messi will not be available for Saturday's game. At DC United due to injury, he will undergo tests and they will evaluate how he proceeds. They don't want to take the risks. Okay. It's actually useful for us to know because we have Messi in our MLS specialist team. And yeah, we're probably going to need to replace him. Can't actually remember who our other common is. Our other common is Ramiro Enrique. All right. So yeah, we probably need to do some work on that. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Twitch Gaming. Yeah, because we need to start planning for the possibility that he won't be available for that game. And do we have, I don't think we don't actually have, it's kind of annoying. Don't actually have a limited forward. Probably should see if we can get one, I reckon. I mean, we're going to have to anyway, because the commons are going soon. And yeah, I don't think we're going to be competing in the MLS in-season or the MLS Special Weekly, whatever it's called, because we don't have enough of the in-season cards, and I'm not going to be going and buying them. But yeah, this is actually probably quite a good opportunity for us to look at bringing in an MLS forward. I don't want to spend a lot, of course. Put your Game Week glasses on has been activated as well, so I will do that in a second. That's from Daniel. I've decided today to open up the coupons early. What am I doing here? Filter by league. There we go. And then filter. Okay, so we have 149, but I only really want to spend like £3 or something if I can. I don't actually know whether I can. I'm sure I could, but I want to try and get a forward that I think is pretty good for around £3. I don't really want to spend more than that. I don't really want to spend on another limited card, to be honest with you, but it probably makes sense for us to just have a limited MLS forward. It's the one position that we don't have a card for. So why don't we put... Okay, Let's go to £4, like that. Let's do that. Okay, so 85 results come up, and then, oh, there he is right there. Johnny Russell. Okay. I was hoping that Johnny Russell would turn up, and he did, because he's actually the player that I do want to get. He was on my mind. The other players that I do like as well, to be fair, are Diego Rubio, Baroni. It's actually a load, look. It's a load of them. So Veroni, Rui Diaz, Rubio, Enzo Capetti. We've also got, where's he gone? Areola. Areola's £1.54. Why? He has midfielder and forward cards. So his new season card is a forward card. Okay, and his new season card at the moment is at auction for £4. Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, his new season card actually goes for a lot. His old season card is a midfielder card, which is why it's really, really cheap at £1.54, because you really want to try and have the forward card of Areola here rather than the midfielder card. Like, his scoring is completely different. Look. He goes from an average of 41 for a midfielder to 44.4, and his AA as a forward is 6.5. As a midfielder, it's 3. So you really need the forward card there. Yeah. No, Areola's last year card is a midfielder card. You can see it here. Oh, this one, to be fair, is, yeah, you're right. This one is a forward card. Yeah, you are right. This one is a forward card. This is actually pretty cheap. £1.85. Yeah. Like the ones before, it's weird. He's kind of been midfielders before, then he's a forward. There's always a bit of change going on. But we could get this card. 185 is actually pretty good. And they've got a good fixture as well. Might actually buy it. Who's the cheapest here? Who's the cheapest? Ty Barabo. Okay, Zardis is in there. Rui Diaz. And then there's Areola. I think we should actually do that. Good spot from Daniel there in the chat. I was looking at the older cards than last season, which were not forward cards. But yeah, he correctly spotted that there is one here. There's a forward card from last season, which is great. Is it available in cash? It is as well. Wow. Let's pick that up. Done. Well done, man. Nice one, Daniel. Appreciate that. Yeah, I saw Twitch Gaming. I saw that they messed you up. I mean, to be fair, I didn't think they were going to do that good. And we talked about it, didn't we? That David Marshall's not really he's not good. I mean, Fish is decent, but he didn't do that great. Yeah, he vanished, didn't he? Yeah. But where are you going to finish now in Ultimate Champions? You're okay. You've gone down to 16th. Does that put you out of that puts you out of the prize positions, doesn't it? As in the Una winning prize positions, because don't you need to finish in the top 15? There we go. That's a nice, easy fix, that. Yeah, 15th would have got 5 Una. Yeah. It's not really a lot, is it? 5 Una. I mean, at least it's something, but I feel like that needs to be a lot higher. Like top 15, you get 5 Una, which is like nothing. It's like what, 50p or something. Just it doesn't seem that rewarding. Yeah, I think that's crap, personally. I mean, this is why I was talking about the tournaments, that doesn't really attract me to do well at the tournaments, which is why I just autofill them. I mean, of course, I could win more if we'd done it properly, but again, it comes down to the minimum is too low for me to take it seriously. Kind of the same thing as what happened with the 220, the month-long 220, where the minimum was just too low. I just couldn't take it seriously. It's kind of cool though, but it's just the minimum's crap. Okay, so we fixed the messy problem here with Areola, Herrera. And then we've got the option between Sullivan and Jan Gregus, but ideally would want to play Jan Gregus, I think. It's actually, for a budget team, that's really not too bad. Like Herrera costs us about 80p, something like that. Jan Gregus, I think, costs us about 60p. Areola just cost us 185, and then Grylac cost us about 60p as well. And then Stuver cost us about £7. So this team is about 10, £11 or so, which is brilliant. Such a good budget team. Play Sharper says Aaron Herrera won't play. Why is that? Something about international games. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Aaron Herrera, he's got a weird nationality. Yeah, Guatemalan. So if they're playing, then he could get called up. Well, they're playing on the 22nd. That's a friendly. I guess he would get called up before. That's going to be annoying. Let's have a quick look. There we go. You just checked, you got corrected, and you're now 13th and get 5 Una. But overall, you get 515. Yeah, the 515 MGC is really good. Aaron Herrera, as of right now, should be traveling to the Guatemalan national team camp. So Connor Attlee will fill the spot. That's annoying. Okay, thank you, though. Again, appreciate that, Daniel. So that is annoying. Yeah, look, this is the Guatemalan national team. Call up and you can see where's he at? There he is there, Aaron Herrera. It's a pain. I mean, it's good for him that he is getting called up to the national team, but it's obviously not good for our MLS specialist. So what we'll do as well is we need a replacement for Herrera. Now, we do actually have a couple of cards already, like Brent Kalman, Daniel Steres, Claudio Bravo. The issue here is that Bravo's injured. I think Steres is injured as well. Brent Kalman doesn't actually start. He's more of a backup. So we could use a common. Yeah, we could use a common. I don't remember. Do we have Kai Wagner? We have Kai Wagner. And we can afford to play Kai Wagner as well. Wow. Yeah. Good shout. That would save us a little bit of money as well. I don't think it's a great fixture for him, but it is Kai Wagner. And given the fact we can use commons, yeah, we might as well use them. Let's put the captaincy on Areola as well. There you go. Fixed. Yeah, fixed. All right, confirm that. I think. Done. The kind of issue here is that we have a player going up against our goalkeeper, which isn't great, but we'll do it. I really like the Rivals Challenge where you can win cards, but it's a bit shady when an Italian wins Cavara, a Liverpool fan wins a signed Liverpool jersey, when it's a mystery jersey, and a Spanish guy wins Lamine Yamal and so on. Yeah, it is. It really is. What Sorare almost need to do is they need to be more transparent with how they draw it. They almost need to video them drawing it. That's what I'd like to see anyway. They always talk about transparency, and for a large part they are, but yeah, it definitely is a little bit suspicious when you see those types of individuals winning. Yeah, I agree. Just whilst we're on the search here, we might as well look for a defender as well, because there might be a cheap one that we can pick up. Gutman's good, but he's injured. There's Farrell, Kalman. We've got Farrell in rare, but we don't need him in limited. Look at the values of these players here. 31p? Oh my God. Limited has really fallen off a cliff, isn't it? Hello to Arthur. How you doing, man? Tim Parker's not bad. Pretty good actually for 62p. Got Sviatchenko in there. I tell you I was going to say, I tell you who we need. We almost need Giulio Cascante, because then we can pair him up with Brad Stuver. Jack Mayer's there, Henry Kessler. Big fan of Kessler, actually. Suffered with a lot of injuries, but he's very decent when he's fit. I hit 406 points in the Dortmund versus PSV game. Wow, you smashed that, man. Did you hit the high threshold as well for the clearances? When are they going to do that? As in, like, when are they going to draw the winner for that? Is it today? Oh, look at the old season cards in comparison to the new season cards. Wow. Incredible. Yeah, we're going to take that one. Boom. Done. So now, if we wanted to, we could actually pair up Julio Cascante here. And then we could arguably... Actually, what we could do? We could do that, and then... I might switch out a common if I can. Like, Kai Wagner's good, but I don't actually think this is that great away. We've also got to do the put your gaming glasses on, haven't we? Sorry. I did kind of forget about that, but we will do it in a minute. Just want to almost try and get this sorted now. So we can put Cascante there, so we get a bit of a stack going with Austin at home. Then we've got Paul Arriola, who I think has a good game here. I don't really like these two. I don't mind playing one of them. I don't think I want to play both of them. Gregus can often be rotated out. So what we might do is we might swap out a midfielder, like a common midfielder, to get somebody that has a good game. So like Gregus here is projected to play, which is kind of cool. Damir Greilac, I don't think we want to play him because he's going up against Dallas away. So let's take him out. I mean, technically we could play Kai Wagner, but again, I just don't think I want to play a defender going up against our goalkeeper and our defender. So what we could do, could maybe make a little bit of a swap here. I don't know how much Greilac is. I think he's like 60p or something in limited. He's very cheap in the rare. I think in the rare he's like £4 or so. Going to pro. Let's go here. And then let's find... yeah, so we kind of brought in Reynoso because it's Reynoso, but he's not fit at the moment. So we could probably swap him out for maybe Hani Mukhtar. If we can afford Hani Mukhtar. Because Mukhtar has a home game against Charlotte, which I think is pretty good. Cool. Yeah, there's Mukhtar. Let's have a quick look at the midfielders that we could afford. We took out Reynoso. Let's take out Ladero as well, so we can just maybe squeeze as much of the budget as possible for a heavy-hitting midfielder. Yeah, let's swap him too. And then what we do is we just find a 40 costing that Carlos Gil's 72. Would be able to afford him, unfortunately. If we brought in someone for 40, we'd only have 59. It means we can play Evander if we wanted to. But slightly tricky game for him. But he's brilliant. Robert Taylor. Rosnak. Troisi is injured at the moment. Where's Mukhtar? Oh, Mukhtar's only 52. Okay. Yeah, Jada's quite low, isn't he? But Mukhtar at 52 is quite a good option here. I mean, the fact that we can afford Evander is brilliant because he hit like a wonder goal in the last game. And he's so good, Evander. So I'm a little bit tempted to pick him. Mukhtar's not been that great so far. You can see that here. But we know he's quality. So it's just a matter of time before he starts getting back and doing this again. I think we're going to do Mukhtar. Home game against Charlotte. Is look, you got Gazdag in there for 46. He's really good. All that cost there. Ajada's 45. Yeah, we'll throw Mukhtar in, I think. Did he not start the last one? I thought he started the last one, no? He started the last one. He started that one too. So he's basically started in 2 of the 3 that he was available for. He played 90 minutes in the last game as well. He never does good away from home. He tends to do much better at home. Like his record at home is actually pretty silly, to be honest with you. Look, that's his record at home. In the MLS, it's like that. I mean, it's Mukhtar. We almost have to pick him. We don't have to, but I am going to. So go back up. We draft in Mukhtar. Okay, and then that's going to give us 47. So we could also draft in Daniel Gazdag. Wow. We probably will do that. That's insane. To be able to have Gazdag and Hani Mukhtar. I wouldn't look to play Gazdag this weekend. I'd play Mukhtar. But then the weekend after, we could look to play Gazdag as the midfielder. Who do they have? They've got Portland. Not that good, actually. We're going to do it, though. Done. Oh, we can't have 3 players, of course. Okay. Because we've got Kai Wagner and Andre Blake, so it's not going to work. And we do want to keep Blake, and I think we do want to keep Kai Wagner as well for the time being. So let's throw a different card in here then. Like I saw Geordie was in here. Geordie's really good for 40. There he is there, Geordie for 40. Could look at Ojeda. He wouldn't be that good for this game. But then he has Austin in the next game. Let's do Ojeda, I think. Unless there's some player down at 40. That is a complete cheat code. Yeah, let's throw Ojeda in here, I think. Who's a little bit more expensive than him? Yeah, not really anyone that I'm interested in. Do it. Cool. Okay, so if we go back here now, what we can do is we can put, where's he gone? Hani Mukhtar in, like that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's free, isn't it? Good shout from Tisdale. I saw them tweet that out a couple of days ago. Really cool. Critical Chris, how are you? Coming back so Sorare. I'm kind of shocked to see finally you have a cam. Yeah, we've had it for a while, but yeah, if you've been away for a while, then yeah, you wouldn't have seen it. So welcome back, Critical Chris. How you doing? God, Moose is a lot in his limited. I mean, this is a completely different MLS specialist team from what we had about 20 minutes ago. Oh, how nice is that? That's so cool. So, Critical Chris, you've just received a sub from Senub68. What a legend. So, yeah, what a nice welcome back present for you, man. You can now enjoy the full benefits of the stream thanks to Senub68. So, thank you, Senub68, for that, man. Very generous indeed. I haven't forgotten, but we probably need to do it now because the guys have been waiting for a while. So, put your Game Week glasses on was activated by Daniel. Are you still in here, Daniel? I'm hoping you are, man. If you're still here, I think you are. Yeah, I can see your messages in the chat. Sorare_trades. Okay. There we go. All right, so Daniel's asked us to put our Game Week glasses on, which means that we're going to take a look at the last Game Week for him, and we're going to help him understand where things maybe went wrong, what I would have done differently, and things just to be aware of, or to maybe try and do differently in the future. Oh, look at the Cap 220. Oh my God, I was going to say, how has this not won anything? The Cap 220 was so unlucky here. Look at this one here. Wow. 0.62 points away from a tier 5. Ordinarily, in Cap 220, that would have been more than enough to win 329 at tier 5. It looks like it was maybe a very high-scoring game week. Yeah, that's awful. I mean, I feel for you there. I really do. Because you probably done enough to win something there. Oh. So to get a tier 4, you needed to get around 348. Wow. Then to get a tier 3, 369 or so, 370 probably. Wow. Super competitive. There's nothing I can tell you on that team. You were just very, very unlucky. Yeah, I actually think this team's quite good. Nubel, Gaia, Casey Palmer. This is a little bit risky. Coventry away to Watford. I've got to be honest, even though Watford have been quite poor, it's probably not the game that I would have targeted. But also Casey Palmer has that really low L15. So he might have been one of the few players that you had that you could just fit in that team, right? Doesn't tend to score that good. So probably not a big surprise that he only scored like 35, because that's pretty much what he tends to score. Might be the only player here worth trying to replace if you can. Ramiro Enrique is good. He didn't do good in this game, but he's actually a good player. One definitely worth holding on to. Champion Asia was quite a distance away. This looked like a bit of a disaster. It was actually a good result for them, for Incheon away to Seoul, but it wasn't a good scoring team for you. This team's actually pretty good. What happened with Kim Dong-min? Why did he DNP? Like, because he's a decent player. Is he out injured? Because look, he's got a really good level of scoring. Really like this guy. Oh, did he? What happened with him? Why did he not play? Do you know? Just out of the blue DNP. Oh, you have Inshin because you support them. Lovely. I love their kit. I preferred the... Let's bring it up. Let's bring this guy up here. I like the kit, but for me, their best kit was this one. This kit's so cool. Like, look at that kit. That kit is so cool. I thought that looked really good. There was another one as well, wasn't there? I think if we went further back... Was it 20? That one was 2023? No, 2022. What was their 2021 kit like? Okay. Could do Harrison Delbridge, actually. Oh, this was the 2021. Yeah, it wasn't as good. I actually thought this one was brilliant. Not this one, sorry. This one. Yeah, I thought this kit was lovely. That's exactly the type of kit that I would love to own. I think it looks really cool. So, yeah. I think you've done the right thing here to play the stack. It was a difficult game, but just keep playing that stack and eventually that'll win you some stuff. Some cards. Champ America. Oh. Okay. Champ America is a bit of a mess, to be honest with you. Shaq Moore, not a good player. Timo Pooky is good player, definitely worth keeping. So is Osorio. Takioka's decent. Tyler Boyd, I don't rate at all. Yeah, so Boyd and Shaq Moore, in my opinion, aren't good enough to play in Champion America. So if I was in your position, I would be looking to replace Shaq Moore and Tyler Boyd, but then I would keep Osorio, Pookie, and Takioka. MLS Specialist, I can tell this is a throwaway kind of punty team, given the players that you've got in here. And then Challenger Europe. Okay, this looks like a budget team. Pretty decent, actually, for the Go-Ahead Eagles here. Very kind of brave against PSV, because they could have really bombed there. Teenage Hadibi. Right, you don't want to be captain in this guy. Yeah, Teenage Hadibi, you don't want to be captain in. So I'm not a big fan of this guy personally. He's obviously moved from Houston. He's now playing for Konyaspor. He's doing okay. I don't really rate him. And I think in this fixture as well, against Demir. Well, who's that? Adana, right? Yeah, not the best fixture to captain. Yeah, this does actually. Yeah, you're right. This does look throwaway. You definitely need a better forward, and this guy's not that great, really. Bas Kuipers is good. Jeffrey DeLange's decent. These three probably need to be like reinforced with better players, actually. If you want to have a proper go in Challenger. All-Star. Ooh. Oh, good team in All-Star. Hiragata's brilliant. Rob Shoes is amazing. And you captained him, which was the spot-on call there at home against Festaloo. Cleach, I like. I like Cleach a lot. I think there's more to come from him as well in the MLS. Arbila's brilliant. He's very consistent. And again, targeting a player that is playing in a league that has under 2.5 goals a lot is smart. And then you just, with Zidane, you didn't get that clean sheet. But that's a good team. Yeah. You just didn't really get enough decisives, did you? If you'd have got a decisive from, say, Zidane, and then maybe a decisive from Hiragata, this probably would have been a card. So keep that one going. Yeah, that's a good team. Keep going with that one. And you've just got some academy teams here. Capsu 40. Capsu 40 just missed out. What was the target that you picked for Capsu 40? Did you pick 270 for Capsu 40? Because if you did, that is brutal. Oh, you picked the 340. Okay. Yeah, good man. I like that you picked the 340 to try and hit the $8, right? Brad Guzan, I'm not a fan of him actually, but fair enough. He's delivering some pretty good scores actually at the moment. Julian Lallefeld, I'm a big fan of. So really good budget defender. Same with Sean. Mayumba, I'm not a huge fan of. Don't think this guy is particularly that good, to be honest with you. We're talking about a midfielder here, doesn't really offer scoring that can help you in Sorare. For Threshold, sure. I think in the new format, this type of player is probably going to be dead. Yeah, not a big fan. He scored really poor in there, didn't he? Even by his standards, it's pretty poor. Brian White's pretty good, though. It's a little bit of a surprise that Brian White didn't get involved in one of the 2 goals there. So you're very unlucky with that. Like, San Jose are not that good as well. So Brian White had the potential to have scored in that one. Yeah, I actually don't mind this. I don't really like Muyumba. I think if you're going to target 340, then you need to do it with somebody who can score better than what Muyumba can put out. Because Muyumba is the type of player, if you play him in a lineup, you almost need to be targeting 270. Because again, like his scoring, as we showed, this is not the level of scoring that's going to help you hit 340, to be brutally honest with you. But this is good scoring that will help you to 270. So if you continue to play him, maybe think about just trying to target the 270. If you replace him with somebody who can hit much more into this range, 70 points and above, then you could probably start to realistically target 340. And then cap 270. It looked like you got done here a little bit with Joe Willis and Walker Zimmerman. It's a pretty good team, though. Yeah, pretty good team. If you keep that going, you will do well. Opinions on Sporting KZ this year. The same as every year. I like them. I like them attacking. I don't like them defensively or in the midfield. Cool. I hope that helped you, Daniel. Let's do pick my lineup now for Senub 68. Senub, you're up, man. Let me know as well, Daniel, how you get on this weekend. Because you've got some good players there, man. So I'd expect you to maybe get a card reward this weekend. Arnavisco. I don't even need to ask Senum68 what his manager name is. I know. Because he's been very generous on the channel for so long. We've received so many cards from Senum68 in the past that, yeah, this name is now imprinted on my mind forever. Arnavisco68. And what he wants us to do is he wants us to line up build. He says 270 or All-Star Limited, your choice. Okay, let's hit the All-Star. Let's hit the big boy. Where are we going here? Here we go. All-Star Limited. All right. Let's see what you're rolling with. So you have Yoon Ichimori, good goalkeeper. I think what is he, like 31 or something? 32, yeah. Ivan Lucic as well. David Marshall. Okay, don't mention David Marshall to Twitch Gaming. it's a sore subject for him. Eli Room as well. Dane, Dominic Shield. Good mix of goalkeepers here. John McCarthy, Gu Sung Young, Choi Chul Won. Okay, interesting. So Lucic at home against Lokomotiva Zagreb's quite a nice fixture to target. So is Yun Ichimori, but I'd probably like to know if you've got defenders from these teams as well. Yeah, you do. You have Genta Mirura, who's brilliant. He's really good. Do you have a Dynamo Zagreb? Well, sorry, a Hajduk Split. Sorry, not Dynamo Zagreb. So you've got a couple of defenders there too. So you can do the stack if you want to. Are you looking at playing Asia as well? Because I know that you tend to play Asia, right? So would you be looking to play like Yun as your Asia goalkeeper, or is that kind of why you're asking us to kind of figure out where we would play your players instead of Asia? Hello, FTP. Are you excited, prepared for the competition changes in 2 weeks and in August? I am, yeah. I am excited for them. Are you? It's a good change, I think, overall for Sorare, and it needs to happen. Hello to FBL Thinker as well. Horrible game week for me. Benched 450 points in UC. Did you really? Oh, no. Where did that make you finish then? You had 450 points on the bench, damn. Right, so I would probably do Yun Ichimori and pair him up with Genta. Then in the midfield, you've got Yoonbit Garam, which is brilliant. I also noticed as well, you've got Palisevich as well, Robin Lord. Harris, you've got too. That's a horrible game for Harris, isn't it? Do you have, you do actually have two Yoonbit Garams, right? Yeah, you do. This is a 2022 and this is a 2021. Park Jin Seop's in there. You can tell that Senum68 loves the Asia competition because a lot of his players are Asian-based, which is cool. It's got to be Yoonbit Garam, isn't it, really? It's not the best fixture for him because it's away, but he's the perfect player for All-Star. Oh, you've got Carlo Hulse. Okay. Carlo Hulse was probably going to be the one I want to pick here. Because he's going up against a team that can't defend for shit. You also have Emir Sahiti. He's really good too. Timo Pooky. Anti-Essig, I think, can do well this weekend. You've got Zampedri too. Love to see it. Edgar Silva. Okay, you've got Ilich Senko in there as well. Jan Malaka. I quite like the mix of players you've got here. I would pick Carlo. And then as the extra, there's a player that I saw you've got, this guy here. This guy here is incredible. This guy used to be the defender. He used to be, when he was under 23, he used to be the go-to under 23 player in Asia for Sorare managers years back when he was doing that. And this guy is just absolutely incredible. So, yeah, he has a home game against Incheon. We have to pick him. And captaincy-wise, I'd probably pick him as the captaincy. So that's probably the team that I would do for All-Star setup. No, I don't have Anthony Uja. Yeah, but thank you. If I did, yeah, that would be useful information. Who do they have this weekend? I'm really excited because my gallery already has a big challenger focus and I already shaped my gallery to try and win big. Lovely. So you're good to go. Is that going to be your main focus in challenger? Are you also looking to build a champion team as well? You got his Gaint version. It was an error version. Senab, I've got to ask you because we've done your pick my lineup. Is that a team that you would play in All-Star? Because that's probably a team that I would play with your players in All-Star. I love that you've got this guy, Seo Young Woo. He's less than £10 in his limited, guys. That's so good. Look. Because he offers attacking returns and really high AA. Like consistently hitting AA of like 30 points and above. Almost the same as I had, only have Kang Sang-woo instead of Miura. Okay. Should we have a little look to see how it changes it? Oh, hold on a minute. So with Miura in there, we have 77, and we have that defensive stack going on. And then Senna said he would go for Sang-woo, this guy here, who's actually really good. He'd put Sang-woo in, which would give you 74 on the data, Sorare data lineup builder. But it's interesting because he's good, but I think I would try and go for the stack. The Gamba stack. But look at how he's performing. He's a very good player. And that's not a one-off. He does that regularly. But he's that type of player. Who would you captain? Who would you captain, Senab, in that team? Because you said that you pretty much had the same apart from Kang Su. Apart from you put Kang Sang-woo in, who would be your captain? Free Scout, do you rate Thula of Vissel Kobe? I do actually, yeah. I do. He's one of the few that I rate. Well, not one of the few that I rate, but I don't really tend to follow Vissel Kobe too much, but I do like him. Seo Wong, really? Yeah. I would also captain, but who would send up 68 captain? I mean, this is who I would captain, yeah, for sure. Seoul. Same captain. You've got such a strong team. Have you won All-Star or have you won Asia with the players that you've got, Senab? Because you've definitely got the players where you could win a podium. It's interesting as well that you would also pick Carlo Holst here, because I was almost expecting you to say that you wouldn't pick Carlo Holst, that you would pick a different forward. But that fixture's too good, isn't it? It's Carlo Holst as well. The man is so good. He has been struggling to kind of give a score of 80 points or more since he's joined Samsunspor. He hasn't actually done a score of 70 points or more, believe it or not, which I think is really surprising for this type of player. But he definitely has that type of fixture now where he could do it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. There's a player that I spotted who's in Asia. I'm going to bring him up now because do you know how I spotted him? I went on to the market. Yeah, this guy here, look. If you go onto the market, it tells you players on a hot streak, right? And there's this guy here, Gabriel Tigrao, right? Who is a 22-year-old Brazilian forward, right, for Guangzhou, okay? And look at the two scores that he's produced in the first two games he's played. 88 and 80. He looks like he could be dangerous this season in the K-League. He's quite expensive, but there's not many cards of him. So if you look at this guy on Sorare data, look, there's only 19 limited cards of him. He's on the market for £68, right? Which is a lot. There's only 2 rares of him, but this is an incredible start. Look, he started in that game, played the full 90 minutes, got a goal and an AA of 28.2, and then he played 75 minutes from coming off the bench, got 2 goals and got an AA of 9.9. If he continues that, this guy, given he's an under 23 player, this guy's price could go through the roof. He could be a player that ends up in limited being worth more than £100. So, yeah, there's a player for you, Senub 68. If you are looking for potentially a heavy hitting forward for Asia, this guy here could be a big differential, given that there's such a low supply of him. Yes, you do, but you have a Dynamo stack in contenders, and I still have some champion pieces and some of my current collection players from Feyenoord. Okay, but I will only play the classic modes in contender and champion because I think focusing on one division gives me the biggest chance to hit a podium, in my opinion. Cool, man. Good strategy. Yeah, so if you didn't know about this guy, then add him to your watch list because he's on fire at the moment. And there are very, very few of him in the game. There is actually an auction happening for him as well right now that has about 6 hours left. And the current bid is up to £70 and there's 42 bids on him. So you could actually argue that buying him now for £68 is a bargain, given the demand for this type of player at the moment. Look, 1 hour ago, he went for 69. 6 hours ago, he went for 60. 23 hours ago, he went for 50. This guy is going to be going for more than £100 in limited. So, yeah, probably worth buying him. If this was the type of player that would fit into your gallery, it'd probably be worth snapping him up quickly. He is one of few reasons I go a bit hard in Asia, hoping for a good week, and him as a prize. Yeah, he'd be a lovely prize to win, wouldn't he? We went through our lineups yesterday. We're going to just run through them again. I do think the more that I look at this, that I am happy with this one. The thing that we have to keep in mind is that Quintero could potentially be injured, but we're going to keep an eye on that. In fact, can we look at a lineup projection for that now? Because with this type of league, the Ecuadorian league, I'm kind of trying to rely on the expert more because it's so difficult to find information. So yeah, there's no projected lineup so far, but hopefully tomorrow there will be, and then we can see whether Quintero's going to be playing or not. The reason we're talking about it is because he came off injured in the last game, but I can't really seem to find any information on it. So if anybody does have any information on Jose Quintero, then please do feel free to share it. I'd be very grateful. And if we had to replace him, then we would likely replace him with Branco and Pereiro, and then put the captaincy on someone like Peter Musa. I think for now, this is actually pretty solid. And then we were kind of looking at Challenger. I think that this Challenger team is really strong. And I was looking at it a little bit more after the stream yesterday, and I don't really feel like we need to change it. I think it's pretty good. Fitted Scout, I have a Universitario collection and mess up every time. When I play two defenders, the midfielders score. And when I play two midfielders, the two defenders score. You're a bit cursed with it then at the moment. Interesting. Universitario have Alex Valera, don't they? Do you play Alex Valera? Because he scored, didn't he? I think in the last game. He's a good player, but he's very hit and miss as well. He's very hot and cold. It's quite nice that the lineup builder is telling us that Anto Grigic has a good matchup and a good pick score, because we have him as our captain in Cap 220. Why does Kadri have a B rating? Bullenstein in there, Biaki, and then we've got our Smolcic, haven't we? With the captaincy then on Biaki. I think we've got a really good chance to win something here. Look at the win percentages for the players that we've selected. Biaki's team has a 49% chance to win. Smolcic, Rijeka's, the Rijeka team has a 59% chance to win. Willenstein has a 43% chance to win. Our goalkeeper is a little bit low, but I actually think that they have a way better chance of winning that than 24%. So I don't agree with that at all. So yeah, the more I look at that team, the more I think it's a pretty good team. I'm happy with it. I'm very happy with our threshold team as well. I don't think we need to do anything to our threshold team. I like that we placed the captaincy on Carlin's Arcus as well. Right, we've got quite a few in here, so why don't we ask everyone about the under-23 team? So one of the things that we need to check is whether Yankovic is going to be back, and I don't think he's going to be back this weekend. I think he's still too far away, but I hope I'm wrong. Yes, we've got Brook in there, we've got Smolcic in there, but Yankovic is still out injured. Yeah, he's expected to return next week. Okay. So that's why we've got Brook in there as our midfielder, because in our community under-23 team, we've only got Brook or Yankovic as the two that we bought. And then we have Kosanu and Smolcic, but I think because Smolcic is the main starter, Kosanu's not, we need to almost target him. And then we're targeting Corridor and Lang, because these two are in pretty good form and they're also starters. So the kind of the big question is, who do we captain? So I asked this, I think, a couple of days ago. We didn't get like a huge response really, but I'm going to put the poll out again. So basically, just vote for who you think we should be captaining this weekend in our under-23 team. And then I'll bring it up as well in the lineup builder. And then whatever player gets the most amount of votes will be the captain for the team this weekend. Okay. So I'm going to do the vote now. And remember, if our under-23 team wins a card this weekend, we give it away to one of you guys in the community. So a little bit of an incentive for you guys to try and captain the right player here. Brook, Corridor, Lang. All right. You guys have 2 minutes to vote. And the vote is live now. The poll's live now. Yeah, it's getting really difficult, isn't it, under 23? I think, yeah, under 23 was always difficult, but under 23, with the prices of cards getting lower and lower and lower, all that's done is that has just amplified the difficulty in that competition. So do vote. Everybody can vote if you are over here on Twitch. If you're tuning in on YouTube, unfortunately, you can't vote because we're running the poll over on Twitch. But if you have a Twitch account, jump over to Twitch and you'll be able to vote. There's about a minute and a half left. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, FBL. Like, if you make your best players affordable so that everyone can afford them, then smart teams like what we've got, which I think are smart under-23 teams, they're just going to struggle to compete because then everyone's running the best scorers in the game in under-23. And so that obviously then raises the minimum points you need to even get into the rewards. So again, it all comes back to the gross mismanagement of supply and demand in this game, unfortunately. I think I saw a stat recently saying that there's around 100,000 active users in Sorare, 100,000, but there are 7 million, around 7 million cards on the market for 100,000 active managers. That's too much. It's far too much. Okay, let's have a look at the results here. So you guys have voted for Corridor to be the captain, not Frook. Wow. Damn. I'm surprised by that. So 70% of you have voted that our under-23 captain this weekend is going to be Corridor, 20% voted for Lang, and 10% voted for Frook. So we're going to captain Corridor. The community have spoken. Corridor at home against Grenoble. That's not easy at all. I think Grenoble are doing pretty good, no? Oh, they're doing terrible. They're quite high up, but they've been in shocking form, haven't they, Grenoble? Lost every single one of their last 5 games. Ouch. Damn. Like, they've only lost 8 games, right, all season, but 5 of those have come in the last 5 games. Oh my God. What is going on with Grenoble there? Probably you guys are smart then. We're picking a team that is wounded, is down and wounded. So maybe this is the great time to be picking Corridor as a captain. So smart. Yeah, very smart. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Gus, everything's getting more difficult. Yeah. But what we were saying is that under 23 was already very difficult to begin with. And it was probably one of the most difficult competitions to win under 23. And of course, then all competitions in Sorare are getting more difficult to win as the prices of cards keep coming down and down and down. But if the under 23 was already difficult before, and now all the best scorers are much more affordable, then for sure, that's even more insanely difficult. We've got a good team. Our under 23 team here is actually pretty decent. We've only won 2 rewards all season from it. That just shows you how difficult it is in under 23. And we rebuilt the team as well. So this wasn't even our original team. We rebuilt it. And our rebuild, I actually think, was better. But we are still struggling. I think if we done the under 23 rebuild again, if we'd done this whole series again, I think the better way to do it would just be to stack with like an under 23 defense and then an under 23 attack. And ideally trying to stack with one team. But it'd be difficult to get a under 23 defense and attack from the same team with the budget that we had. Maybe with the original budget, we could have done it. But then when we rebuilt, we didn't have £100, which was our original budget. We then had like £45 because the prices of our cards that we originally bought had all just completely declined as all the cards in the game had declined. So, yeah. Hello to Twisted Fortune. With a Kavicha, I know, yeah. Yeah, how much is Labrovich? Good question, actually. Because he was one of the guys that we were looking at, wasn't he? Yeah, £14.20. Look at his form at the moment. It's brilliant, isn't it? So that's kind of one of the areas where we potentially went wrong. I mean, it was difficult because when we were doing it, we weren't really, because we'd done it in rounds of voting, it wasn't really clear until towards the end that we could have put a stack together for Rijeka. Because we already have Smolcic, Frook, and Jankovic, and we'd already committed on Majkic, and we committed on the goalkeeper first of all. So we picked Majkic, but then we ended up picking Smolcic, Frook, and Jankovic afterwards, and we were like, oh shit, like we should have really picked, like if we got 3 Rijeka, then why do we not have the Rijeka goalkeeper? But that was the way that it was voted for, so we had to honour it. Have you seen the recent Kimmich scores? He's fallen off hard. He has, yeah. But that's great. That's actually perfect for managers in Sorare, because you want Kimmich to be doing shocking right now, so that you can then go and buy Kimmich whilst he is in poor form and his value's not super high. It's kind of slightly declining when you compare it over the last 3 months. Look, in his limited, he was 100. He's now hovering around 50. That's actually pretty good for a Kimmich. I think it's actually the lowest that he's ever been in limited. So brilliant time to be picking him up. And to be fair as well, it's actually great for him, for Sorare managers, because it then means that his L15 can get low now. L15 at 57 for Kimmich is really low. Like, we know that he often has an L15 of like 65, if not 70. So for him to be on 57 is a brilliant time to start looking at him, because then you can play him in 240, 270. You can even squeeze him into 220 at the moment. And this type of player in 220 would be insane, because then he can go and hit you 100. So yeah. Right, let's take a quick break here, quick breather. How is your budget Kimmich doing this season? So our budget Kimmich is doing okay. Let's bring him up. He hit a really good score just before we go on a little break there. And also thank you to Twisted Fortune for the amazing support, man. Thank you, Twisted. Really appreciate it. Yeah, our budget Kimmich is doing okay. He hit a score of 97 in the last game, in game week 457. So he actually outscored Kimmich in the last game week. So there you go. Our budget Kimmich is actually outdoing the real Kimmich at the moment, and not just in the last game too. If you look at Matteo Maric, you could actually argue that he's been a lot better over the last 10 games, say, than Kimmich really. Certainly when you get down to here, Kimmich is better again. But yeah, by Kimmich's standards, this is not great. And our budget Kimmich has been rivaling him. Yeah. So he's only 92p. I love Matteo Maric. He's such a budget Kimmich. All right. We're back in 2 minutes, guys, I think. Well, 5. Back in 5. Right, guys, welcome back. All right, so this is the under 23 team for you guys for this weekend. So if this is the first time that you're ever seeing the community under 23 team, it's a team that you guys built, that you also pick every week. And if it ends up winning a card award, then we will give the card away. So fingers crossed we can win something this weekend. We've actually got some pretty good fixtures for a lot of the guys as well. Probably this is the trickiest one for Christoph Lang, but the others have good fixtures. So what do we reckon, guys? Is it going to win this weekend, or is it going to miss out? Has a score of 70 as well. It'll be close, but no reward, says Arthur. Mikey, if you want to let me know what finer player you need, and we'll do that for you as well. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Red Champ American midfielder, €50 budget. Probably if he's available for that price, probably Robin Lod. How much is Lod these days? Yeah, Robin Lod. Nice easy one. This guy here, Robin Lod. It's actually very cheap at £16.35. Paying for a good team. Also gives you international utility as well. So he's a starter for Finland, and you can see in Game Week 460, you'll be able to use him in international games as well. He had a little bit of a tricky season last year because he was out injured for a while, and then when he was starting, he wasn't doing that great. He wasn't doing as good as what he can do, but overall, he's a good player. He gives you goals, assists, and he has a very good AA as well. So yeah, nice easy one that. And you don't even need to spend all that money that you've got, right? Which is great. So you could spend what, £16 is about €20 or so, isn't it? So then you've got €30 left over from your budget that you could put towards other players as well. And this guy is good enough for Champ America. Thoughts on this Cap 220? Guzan, Koipers as the captain, Kimmich, Uja, and Bamba. Good. Especially with Kimmich. You wouldn't captain Kimmich, though. That seems a little bit wrong. You almost want to be captaining Kimmich in every game. And they've got an amazing game this weekend. Kimmich is the common. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Right. I need to address this here. We have Huge Bar. I'm not convinced he's going to start. We've got O'Goose, but I'm not convinced he's going to start either. Okay, Bokat has a horrible game, but he's much more likely to start. So, and we can't afford him, right? We can't. Okay. So this is a little bit of an issue. Because the only player that fits in here is Melly Mullenstein. But we kind of want to play Mullenstein in Challenger. Oh, brutal. And I don't want to go and spend more money because we don't need to. We've got more than enough players, actually, to figure something out. So it looks like we'd have to take Mullenstein out. Yeah, this is a little bit annoying. So it looks like we have to take Mullenstein out of Challenger and then play Eric Bokat in Challenger instead. I just don't trust Luka Hugebar to start in this game. So let's put Mullenstein in there. And then I feel better about this team. Yeah. That is a shame because I think taking Mullenstein out of our Challenger Europe weakens it. Even though we're going to put Bokat in here now, and Bokat I think is great, his fixture is horrible. Here we go, Bokat. Yeah. Let's do it. Hello to Everton Matrix. How you doing, man? Honestly, I think we've got really good chances to win card wars this weekend. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like for the first time in a while, I feel quite excited about our chances in several of our teams, not only just a few, but Rare 220 looks good, America looks good, Challenge is pretty decent, Cap 240 is pretty good. Even the All-Star Rare, on the face of it, doesn't look that great, but has the potential to maybe squeeze something. Wow. Cascante had a minus 28 AA. That's terrible. Damn. If we didn't get that goal, he would have scored dreadful. Why did he score so bad here? He made 5 fouls. He got minus 10. And then he lost 7 duels compared to winning 2. Damn. If you lose a lot more jewels and you make a load of fouls as a defender, you're going to score like that on Sorare. Hopefully he doesn't do that for us this weekend. Free tip scout, with ETH price going through the roof, the player prices are taking a huge what? You are getting 50%. I'm guessing you mean taking a huge hit. Yeah. You're getting 50% less ETH for same fiat player value. So even if we profit now in fiat, in the future Ether falls, it'll be a loss. What do you think? Well, yeah, you're kind of right there. To be honest with you, it's going to sound a bit weird to say, I'm not really too bothered. Like, I should be bothered, but I'm not. And do you know why I'm not bothered? Because I'm so used to players just losing value on Sorare that this whole ETH fiat thing is a little bit like irrelevant. It's not irrelevant, but it doesn't really bother me anymore. I'm almost a little bit numb to it. Yeah, I'm numb to it. Like, I'm just so used to, I'm almost in that mindset where I'm going to be losing money on the players that I have no matter what on Sorare. And I know that sounds like really negative, right? But it's kind of true. When you've been playing the game for 3 years, it's really difficult to see the values of your players go up. Now, when ETH shifts, of course, it has an effect on the cards. But I'm not too fussed about it at the moment, to be honest with you. I'm raking in so much money just from Twitch that Sorare's just a vehicle. I wish that was the case, yeah. I wish it was the case, but it's not. It's not at all. Just looking at the Luton Town team, when I'm trying to actually, before we move it on, I want to know what you think. Actually, FBL, like, how does the shift in ether change how you play the game? This was updated this morning as well. Okay. So this team that we're doing here is probably the best team that we can put out. I can't remember the target that we picked for this, actually. Yeah. Did we pick 270? Why did we pick 270? We never picked 270. We're going to go for 340. Confirm. And then go for 340. Bit weird. I don't remember picking 270. We always pick 340 unlimited. It's a loss for me, even if I profit in terms of fiat. If I don't cash it out now and ether falls, it's a loss. Kind of wish ETH falls back to normal levels. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. I think also as well, FBL, because I'm not really trading on Sorare anymore, and I'm not selling players or anything like that. It kind of course, it does affect me, but it doesn't really directly affect me. And the players that I've got, I'm happy just to hold them now forever. The way I look at my collection on Sorare is that it's money that's spent that I'm not going to get a return on, like a direct return from the values of the cards going up or down. So I just kind of look at like my collection value and I just think that is what it is. I'm not expecting to make anything from it directly, but of course from playing SO5 I am. And then funny enough, the rewards that I'm still getting the rewards in cash, but I don't think that's going to change at all. Like I could technically get rewards in ETH, right? And then my rewards would be worth more, technically. But I just want to receive the cash because I am more likely to cash that out directly to my bank. And it just saves me the hassle of having to go through a crypto exchange and pay fees, which are just super high for doing it. Whereas it's just so nice and easy and Sorare to do it that even if it means I'm potentially getting less reward, it's just a lot easier and quicker and cheaper for me to send it to my bank. I think if I was trading more on Sorare as we used to, then this whole ether shift would definitely be more on my mind because then I'd be thinking, okay, what's the smart way to like sell my players, to value my players, to get them uplisted? Like where's the potential for me to be badly exposed to the ETH changes and whatnot? But because obviously I'm not doing that anymore because the market has almost driven me away on Sorare to be doing that. And I also think the game's been pushing in the direction where it's not become a trading game anymore, a card trading game. It's become a card collecting game. Then it's not something that's really been on my mind, to be honest with you. What is your best reward win in your time on Sorare? Good question. We can check it, can't we? If we go into, is it my club? And then, oh, this is so messy, isn't it? like there used to be a section, didn't there, in Sorare where you could just easily see what your best position was, right? In Sorare. It looks like they've removed it, or they've hidden it. So if you guys know where it is, then let me know. But I thought it was in here. You'd expect it to be in your pro history, right? So show me my history of playing pro on Sorare, and it's just a freaking absolute mess to find it. But I think my highest position finish was like something like 15th or 16th. And I think the highest amount of points that I've got ever was about 440, 450, something like that. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it, Rude, that Sorare base is decent, but it's crazy that you can't see that in the game. They have a section called Pro History, yet if you go into it, you can't actually just very easily see what were my best ever finishes in Sorare, what were the best points totals that I got, what was my best run of game weeks in Sorare. You can't see that. Like the data exists, but they've made it in Sorare that you can't see it. I mean, I think in Sorare data, you could probably do some digging and you could find it in your SO5 stats or whatnot, probably, but it's just mental that something like that you actually used to be in the game. I remember it used to be in this section, but Sorare have removed it. Add that one to the list of things that just don't make sense at all. Yeah. What about you? Everton Matrix, what's been your best reward win on Sorare? Sorare base is amazing indeed, but the guy who runs it can choke on a baguette for all I care. Why is that? What did he do to upset you so much? I've never spoken to him. I have seen the account and I know, like, I see him post and whatnot, but I've never spoken to him. So I can't say anything bad about the guy because I don't know him, right? Even though lots of other people say shit about me and they don't know me, but I'm not going to be that type of person. But I'd like to know why why you want him to choke on a baguette. He's always posting on Twitter in French and he just nags and nags and nags, even though sometimes he's right. Okay. But the thing is, if he's right, if he's nagging and he's right, then he's got a point, right? So I don't mind that. I think if someone's nagging and they don't have a point or they're not right, then that's really annoying. But if someone's actually nagging because they have like a legitimate beef and they see stuff that's not great in Sorare, then I can actually relate to it because I often tend to do the same. Everton Matrix says he won a Julian Alvarez for 4th on Rare Pro. Wow. What an incredible reward that is, right? With 5 rares and rare second all-star and 1 Herodeki. Can we check out your gallery, Everton Matrix? What's your name? Is it Everton Matrix or is it Duncan Disorderly? What's your Sorare manager name? Be quite interested to check out your gallery, man, if you don't mind. Yeah, but it's only 1 out of 100. I'm with you. I did see him get into a little bit of a spat with, I think it was it Zara? I think it was Zara. You know, like the community, it's not the community manager, but he's like part of the product team, isn't he? I think on Sorare, and he's quite active on Twitter. And I think to be fair, in my opinion, I think Zara was a little bit out of order with how he was talking to Sorare Base, because then Sorare Base said, well, look, isn't that nice that you talk to me when I have created this wonderful tool that helps to basically promote your game and helps to make your game more enjoyable. And he was right. I thought the way he was being talked to by Zara was like really disrespectful. But I don't really know what that was all about. That was like months ago. And I just caught a glance of it on Twitter and I was like, oh, I mean, I'm not going to get involved. I'm not, like, I was too busy almost. I caught a glance and I was like, okay, I'm too busy to check out the whole back and forth of that. But I just caught a glance of it and I was like, yeah, like Zara's been a bit out of order with the way he's talking to him. You know, like the usual just nonsense where it just escalates and people just don't want to back down. Yeah. But I've never spoken to Sorare Base at all. I've never spoken to the guy who runs it. All I can say is that I think he's done a great job of launching a platform that that I think everyone can use for free because it's free. Oh yeah, okay. I sold up all my rares, unfortunately, to pay for my wife's medical bills. Now just limited. It's Duncan Disorderly on Sorare. You know what, Duncan? So Everton, I might have seen that a while back on Twitter. I don't know whether it was yourself or it was somebody else, but I did see that where somebody said they had to sell most of their cards to pay for their wife's medical bills. And of course, I hope your wife is better now. But yeah, I'm happy to hear that you were able to do that because that's what matters more, doesn't it? Your wife's health is way more important than digital cards. So okay, we'll check out your gallery now. Duncan Disorderly. Free tip scale, check out this new Web3 game, official license by League One and the same as you see. Don't want to promote my stuff, just send you my tweets so you can see pictures of it. I think that I saw this game before we went live because Sorare Assist also posted something. Is it this game here? I think it's this game, right? I saw Sorare Assist who posted this message before I went live. The GOAT coach or Coach League One. And then you collect player cards, create your best lineups, challenge your friends in the entire community. What's the point in this though? The thing that I don't understand is like, what is the point in this though? Because what you can do here, you can do on Ultimate Champions and Sorare. So like, how does it differ? I think even the cards are very similar. They almost look like a crossbreed between Sorare cards and Ultimate Champion cards. Is this this is the game, right? So what's the difference here? Because like, hey, it's great that we get like new fantasy games, but I wouldn't waste my time on a game that doesn't offer anything different to what we already get on Sorare and Ultimate Champions. So if you've been playing it, let's click it. Is this literally, because this is the very same referral kind of image that you get when you click on an Ultimate Champions referral link. So is this a side game or something from Unagi? Like who's behind this here? Who's behind this game? Yeah. It's even got similar colors, and that's what I was saying. Like the cards also look a little bit like UC cards. So who's behind this here? Like even this here, even the landing page is very UC. If we go down to the bottom, let's do the terms and conditions. It will probably mention the company name in the T's and C's, right? So Inagi's partnered with League One. Okay. Yeah. It looks like Inagi's behind it. So it looks like League One want to do their own kind of... Is it just League One or is it League Two as well? Is it League One and League... It's just League One, isn't it? So yeah, it looks like League One want to do their own kind of like their own branded style of fantasy game. But because obviously Inagi have the experience of doing it and they've also got the license of doing it for like League One players already, the Unagi are behind it. Let's just bring this up. Let's type in Unagi here. Yeah, look, there it is. It is Unagi. Yeah. So it is the same game. It's the same company. But what's the point in this though? I don't, like, maybe I'm being dumb here, but what is the point in this here? if you're already playing Sorare and you're already playing Ultimate Champions, what can you win as well? Put your expertise to the test every week and compete against other players for a chance to win incredible rewards. Like, can you win cash here? Or are you just winning? Look, these are almost like the MGC tokens, aren't they? Or the UNA tokens. I mean, it looks cool. It actually looks cool and all that. But, you know, like what I'm saying is that what are we going to have in the future then? Are we going to have like a League One that does their own thing? Are we going to have a Bundesliga that does their own thing? Because then eventually we'll just be saturated with all these card games that aren't really doing anything different. So if anyone's playing it, and it is different to what you can get on Ultimate Champions and Sorare, then let me know and we'll check it out. But just from the landing page here, all I can see is that it's basically Ultimate Champions apart from its League One focused. You can pick 11 players, right? So you get the subs and the formations as you get in Ultimate Champions, and you can win amazing rewards, which look like more packs of cards and then potentially some kind of a token that you could then maybe redeem for maybe some League One merchandise or something. I'm guessing on that. Like, for me, it's like, there's already so many games out there. If this is just basically Ultimate Champions repackaged in a League One dedicated format, then it's not going to be enough for me to play it. But if anyone is playing it, and if it's significantly different, then let me know. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be the sort of thing that... I mean, look, if we do play now, we have to create an account and whatnot. Just don't feel like it's going to be worth it, no? You win the same stuff as on UC, L1 tokens, MGC on UC, and other currencies similar to UNA, plus pro cards, which are the same as epics and mythics. Yeah, I mean... I think if you're already playing Ultimate Champions, I don't think you need to play this, really. I mean, I guess if you really love League One and you love the cards and you've got the time to do it, then of course you'll probably do it. But, you know, if you're playing Ultimate Champions and Sorare and that's already taking up a lot of your time, then I'd say you're probably not going to be missing out on anything here. But yeah, it's a good shout, though. It's worth people knowing about it. Did you see that the Football Index guys launched another scam game? I did, yeah. I saw a couple of people calling him out on it on Twitter as well. What's it called? Like Qwix or something. Starts with a K, doesn't it? Is it Qwix or Quix? It's a game that basically everybody should avoid. Is it Qwix, right? I'm going to bring it up because... I'm going to tell everyone to avoid it. Kuwait? Oh, is it Kicks? That's it. Yeah, Kicks, sorry. I'm doing Kuwix and it's not that. Kicks football. Not now. And then it's this one here. Yeah. So this is a big heads up. Everybody should avoid this game. Yeah. It's run by loads of people that were connected with Football Index, which was a big scam in the UK. It turned out to be a scam. It actually looked pretty good to it initially. I didn't get involved in it, luckily. Although they did contact me about a month before it went down and it went bankrupt. They did contact me to say, do you want to get involved? It's amazing. You know, do you want to start getting people involved in this? And I was like, I don't really think so at the moment. But I was like, thanks for letting me know. And then like a month later, it went down. So they contacted me just to see if they could basically, as an end game, just to try and squeeze as much money as they could because they knew the ship was going down. So I'm so freaking grateful that I didn't say yes to that. But it's run by the same people that basically, not all of the people, but there's enough of the previous people from the past game, Football Index, that was an absolute joke. People lost a lot of money on it. It ruined a lot of people's lives. And they've basically waited a couple of years and then they've just launched a new game. Avoid it like the plague. Don't get involved in this. Avoid it like the plague. The people that are running this should never be allowed to run a game like this ever. And they haven't even really been held accountable for, in my opinion, the crimes that they've done from the last game. So big avoid. Don't go anywhere near this game. Don't go anywhere near it. Yeah, you played the football. What was it called? The football company, the football club. That was it. The football club, which was a scam and ran away with the money. They were another company. So the TFC, they contacted me too, and they asked me to start covering the game and promoting it, and I basically told them no. And they said they said, why don't I want to do it? And I thought the game looked shit. I thought the game looked really kiddie. Like, you could collect these like avatars or whatnot, and it just looks so like you know it was geared towards like 18-year-olds or whatnot, and I'm way older than that, and it just didn't look like a game I could take seriously at all. I didn't like the look of it, not just cosmetically, but I also didn't like the look of the project overall. I didn't feel like the project had enough legs in it to go long term and to compete against the likes of Sorare and Ultimate Champion. So that's why I kind of said, like, no, I'm not going to do it. And again, I'm really happy I didn't, because, yeah, they went bust and, yeah, they went away with a lot of money. I agree with you, Assets in Sport. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's not going to happen. It's so freaking corrupt. It's terrible that those guys that stole, because let's call it as it is, right? They stole money from people. They tricked people and they stole money from them, have basically got off scot-free, really. And they're then able to create a different game with all of that stolen money, which is just not right, because they should not be allowed to do that. Sometimes you just know a scam when you see it. Yeah, agree. I wouldn't have actually said that TFC was a scam, but I just looked at it and I looked into the game and what you could win and all that sort of stuff. And I just thought, I can't see that one surviving. I don't think there's enough there for it to go long term. And you guys know that it's really important to me that, like, I only promote things on the channel and we only cover games on the channel that are good, that are solid, that you guys can trust, because I trust them. And I don't want to look like a freaking clown where I'm talking about a game on the channel here and I'm, you know, we're promoting it and I'm saying to you guys, get involved in something which I don't truly believe to my core is a game that you guys should be spending money in, and that is a kind of respectable, reputable, reliable type of game, one that you can trust, right? Because if I start promoting stuff that I don't trust, and then these games go down or they don't do that good, then you know what, that looks bad. That doesn't look bad on the company. That looks more bad on me, because I should be able to spot these bad eggs, right? And generally speaking, I do. So yeah, you're not going to get that from me. I will always, and I've mentioned it before, if we start talking about games on this channel, I will have done a lot of research and due diligence and a lot of digging to figure out whether it's actually something that I feel confident enough and comfortable enough to share with you guys. And if I don't, we won't cover it. And there are often, pretty much on a weekly basis now, there's companies reaching out saying, can you start looking at this game? Or can you know, we've got a game, would you be interested in sharing it with your audience? And 9 times out of 10, the answer is no, because I don't think that those games are in the position that they need to be for us to start sharing them, or I don't trust them. So yeah. Actually, I was free to play and won some good money during the World Cup. Instead of cashing out, reinvested it and lost money. A lot of people said the free to play on TFC was really good. I know that Fiago was promoting it And Fiago was really promoting it actually for a long time because he's German and it was a German company. And he got to go to the games and whatnot. They had like a lounge, didn't they, at Borussia Dortmund that they were inviting, I think, influencers and whatnot to every week. And so they were probably spending a hell of a lot of money just to have that lounge and to wine and dine the influencers. But it just always sounded alarm bells when I looked at it. And there are lots of other games out there that sound alarm bells. The one that we just looked at, the what was it called? The League One game. Let's go back here. This one doesn't sound alarm bells because, of course, it's got a Nagi behind it. And, you know, that's the company that done Ultimate Champion. So, and I trust Ultimate Champions. I think it's a good game. A lot of you guys play it as well and you enjoy it. There's a good team behind it, which is ex-Ubisoft, like devs as well. So Ubisoft is a very big gaming company. So the guys know what they're doing. They've got good backing as well financially, and the game's pretty good. And I think Unagi are going to be doing big things in this space, right? So this is the type of game that I would say is fine, but it's just the type of game where I don't personally see what it's adding to this space. It's not really adding anything different. So I probably wouldn't cover it because we can just do what we can do in this game in Sorare and also Ultimate Champions. But if you hadn't have come across Sorare or Ultimate Champions, this game would be quite good. Yeah, they did have lounges at Dortmund, Leverkusen and Wolfsburg. Oh, they had them there as well, did they? Damn. Good on you, FTS, but also if that ever did happen, I don't think it would reflect badly on you. In a lot of cases, the presentation is very professional. Football Index, for example, worked successfully for years before the owners eventually did the cut and run. Yeah, that's true. Like, Football Index, to be fair, I remember, this was before I was even doing content, I remember seeing the ads for Football Index because they used to advertise on TV, they used to advertise at football stadiums, they used to advertise on the tube as well. I used to see their ads everywhere, and it gave the impression that this was like a solid concept and it was a really good company behind it, one that you could trust. It looked like, okay, this is like the next big thing, you know? But I never got involved in it. One of the main reason I never got involved in it, right? I'm not kidding, is when I looked at Football Index, I was interested initially in the concept. I thought, I love football, and you're telling me that I can win money by basically backing players that I already follow. I thought, great. But you know, the one thing that just never made sense to me at all is that they said the way they advertised the product was that you could buy stocks in a player, right? You could buy shares in a player. And you know, the first question that came to mind, this is years back when I looked at Football Index, I was like, how? How can you buy shares in a player? Like, how? Like, because at the time, the blockchain technology wasn't there, right? So blockchain technology now solves that problem, that question. That's the answer to my question that I had. But at the time, blockchain technology wasn't really there. It wasn't like really utilized, right, in that way. So I was like, how can I tangibly own a share in a player? How? And I looked on the site and they were never able to explain it. They were never able to explain that this is going to be the proof that you own a share in that player. Like, the players themselves, of course, are not selling shares. They're not saying, yeah, you can earn a proportion of what I own or what I make or whatnot, right? There was no tangible way that you could own a share of a player. It was not possible. And so when I looked at it, I was like, okay, I know how the stock market and shares work. And especially with stocks, you actually do have ownership of something. You have tangible ownership of a stock in a company, right? And you can get certificates and whatnot to prove that you have the ownership, right? But if you're telling me that I can own a share of a player, how? And that's the one thing that was like a big, for me at the time, I was like, I don't, there's no way that they can show me that I can own a share of that player that they're selling. And there was absolutely no explanation on the site at all. And I was like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. Today it does work because blockchain allows you then to have proper ownership. But at the time I was like, this seems like bullshit. And that was the reason I didn't get involved in Football Index, because there was no way for you to actually own a share of a player. Like I think today now you can do it. You know, like we've got Stocks FC, for example, where you can actually own a tangible stock of a player because it exists on a blockchain, and you're actually owning a token that has real world value, that has locked in scarcity in it. But what Football Index was basically saying was own a share of a player, but there were no shares really. They didn't really exist. It was just like in the air, but there was nothing hard to say these are the shares that exist somewhere. It didn't really exist. Actually, did anybody here get involved in Football Index all those years back? Now, this is not a witch hunt, by the way. I'm just curious as to anyone who did get involved in Football Index all those years back, because I didn't. And it's probably better if we just ask you guys about your experiences with it, and anything that you learned from the experience at all. Does that put you off looking at other games like Stocks FC or Sorare, or any of these other games which are football, encompass some kind of ownership? You can make money from them. Asset says he was, but not for a lot of money, thankfully. Was you able to come out of it with your money, or was you one of those unfortunate guys that actually ended up losing money because of the scam? You were spending money on dating. I was also doing the same, yeah. Actually, I wasn't spending money on dating. I was spending all my money just going out partying and picking up girls that way. That was my girl expense. Um, I did, but took out my. This is from Noli. I did, but took out my profit in good time, put it into Footstock. That also went down. Yeah, I remember Footstock too. But to be fair, that was kind of collateral damage from the FI thing. It was nothing like FI, but the name spooked investors when FI was exposed. Yeah. I think a lot of people won't touch Rare with a 10-foot pole after Football Index. I think a lot of people are tentative, yeah, to touch. A lot of people from the UK are apprehensive about investing money into a game or a platform that has real world value attached to it, that is then based off how players do in real life because of what they've heard about Football Index. And I think even if he wasn't involved directly in Football Index, it was such a big thing in the UK that unless you were living under a rock, you've probably heard somewhere on socials or from a mate of a mate, or you've maybe seen it on the news that there was this big thing that basically was a Ponzi scheme and it had nothing hard backing it up. And yeah, people lost a lot of money and it ruined a lot of people's lives, right? And so then you'd be consciously aware of that before you went into it. And I was the same. Before I got into Sorare, I was not at the front of my mind, but kind of almost at the middle of my mind. I was thinking, I didn't get involved in Football Index, and I'm grateful I didn't. But I'm a little bit worried about getting into something that could be like a Football Index. And thankfully, Sorare has not been like that, and I don't think it is like that. But for sure, it definitely it makes you more aware, doesn't it? It makes you think, oh, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to potentially have a Football Index situation on my hands, right? I think it's a good point from assets there. The key to keep in mind with any of these types of games is that you should never put in more money than what you're prepared to lose. Okay, so my gallery at the moment in Sorare is £1,200. Now, this would technically be a lot for me to lose, really. But I'm also like, well, I don't want to lose it. Of course, I don't want to lose it, right? But if Sorare just crashed tomorrow and burnt to the ground, it's probably a loss that I won't be happy to have. But this is a level of risk that I'm probably comfortable with in losing, right? Sure, it's a big dent, but it's not the type of money that's going to crash and burn my life as well, right? And I've invested quite a lot into the game, and this is kind of what I've got at the moment. So I've already lost money technically because the prices have all been going down. But if I lost this tomorrow, then I'd be gutted, but my life would go on, and it wouldn't have a serious impact on my life. If I had, for example, deposited like 20, 30 grand, and then, which I haven't, by the way, and then if the Sorare went down tomorrow, then that's a different story, because then losing 20, 30 grand would be a huge amount for me. So it's another reason why when I play these games, I try to do them on a budget. I try not to invest too much into them, because I don't think that, first of all, you need to in order to have fun in the games. And I don't think you need to be successful in the games. And also for me personally, I don't really feel comfortable putting like stupid amounts of money into these games. I'd much prefer to put a small amount in and then just try with really smart scouting and good football knowledge, right? I'd really just then try to win a stupid amount of money rather than putting in a stupid amount of money. Yeah. And I think it's just a really good, important point for everyone just to remember is just manage your risk, right? So just look at how much you've got committed into the games and think, if it was to go down tomorrow, would that amount of money that I could potentially lose, would that put me in a bad situation in life? And if you feel like the answer to that is yes, then try to take some money out of the games, right? To reduce your exposure, reduce your risk, but then still leave some money in the game so that you can keep playing it, you can keep enjoying it, and hopefully you can keep winning as well. Free Tip Scout, do you think, honestly, Sorare will end up the same? It's my opinion, though, a few years down the line, a lot of people will lose huge money on limiteds. So my opinion about this is that Sorare need to, in the very near future, they need to address the elephant in the room that has not been addressed for the last 3-4 years or so. Arguably the last 5 years, right? Because the game's like a 5-year-old game now. The elephant in the room is, if you are going to continue to mint the level of cards that you're minting, then you need to be sure that you can keep the game growing with an influx of new users or new money, or just get money from existing users, which is another reason why they've changed the format, so that there's more reason for existing users to help sustain Sorare, rather than the game being so reliant on new users jumping in and then spending in the game. Because remember, in order for you to be relevant each season, you're going to need, realistically, to buy new in-season cards, or you're going to need to buy very good classic cards to then help you win in-season cards, right? But there's a lot of managers that will just think, I'm going to buy the new in-season cards to win cash, okay? So they've kind of made a change there, which takes a little bit off the pressure of having to get loads of new people to be joining the game every day, every week, to justify the supply. But if they cannot continue to grow still with the levels of new users jumping onto the platform, and they still mint to the same level, we're going to reach a position and a situation in Sorare where no matter the new format, it's just going to be unsustainable because of the level of cards, the sheer level of cards in the game, and the massive impact that that is going to have on the prices of cards compared to the active users in the game. And if you find a situation where the cards are basically outnumbering your active users, like by stupid amounts, like by, I don't even know, like hundreds to ones, something like that, right? And what you're going to find is like all the cards are going to be worth nothing. Most of the cards are going to be worth shit. And then if the cards are just constantly worth shit and they're just constantly going down in value, then your users are going to start to see that what I win is less and less and less, and actually it's not so great anymore. I think also the problem that we've got in the game is that trying to sell cards in this market is unbelievably difficult. And it's unbelievably difficult, again, because of the supply. So to pick up on your point, I really don't think that Sorare is going to end up being a football index, but we can't keep dancing around the supply-demand issue. And I do actually feel, maybe I'm wrong here, maybe you don't agree, but I feel like there's been too much dancing around the lack of demand, but the huge amount of supply in the game. And what we really need to see this year, and I'm not kidding, what we really need to see this year is we need to see that imbalance and that gap between the demand and supply. We need to see that gap get shorter and shorter so the demand can actually start to catch up with the supply. And maybe, hopefully, we can see the values of cards actually pick up as well. Okay? Because the supply doesn't need to be cut in order for the value of cards to go up. What needs to happen if you don't cut the supply is the demand needs to just be completely huge on Sorare compared to the cards that you do have. But we're in a situation where the demand is growing, but it's not growing anywhere near to the rate that justifies the amount of cards that Sorare are supplying, are minting. But they are minting them with the expectation that the demand will eventually catch up, okay? And everyone's being patient, and they're seeing a lot of good development and things that are happening with the game, a lot of good progress and improvements, right? But again, the issue comes down to supply and demand. And at some point, with all these improvements, we need to start seeing that there's just a huge influx of demand that we're not even really worried when you sell players on the market. They sell like hotcakes, that your cards just don't continually go down, even when they're doing really good. That the cards that you win maintain value, not just for 1 week, but they actually can increase in value quite significantly. And that they just hold value for longer as well. So, yeah. In that sense, do you think it's safer to invest in rare because supply is less? No. No, not really. I mean, technically, yes, but rare is the new limited at the moment, Ligma. So, no. Like, the values we're seeing in rare cards are a worry. I'm not going to lie. They're great on the one hand because they allow you to pick up some great players for super stupidly cheap, right? But when your rare cards reach low levels that really they shouldn't be reaching, then it's very difficult for them to then climb out of that low level, which then makes me worry that are we just going to be normalizing a low level now for rares, with the rares being so low and continually getting lower, and they're almost becoming the norm now. We're looking at players and we're looking at good players who are £5. We're saying that's too expensive. It's not, but that's the new norm now. So this is almost why you need that massive influx of demand, which will then naturally create a huge spike in prices, right? So that then those rares can start to return to levels that maybe make a little bit more sense, rather than just being dirt cheap for most of the cards, and then the The real star cards are really expensive. Almost like 10% of the cards are super expensive, and then like 90% of the cards are just dirt cheap. That's not, for me, that's not really a good balance, right? You almost want to have a balance where a lot of your cards in the game, especially the good players in the game, are a reasonable value, so that then not everybody can like afford them. And then, of course, the trash players are then just like really low. But we're seeing that pretty decent players are like £1, £2 that would be good in the new format as well as the old format. And that for me is just a nonsense. And that's a worry, because that really can't continue, I don't think, long term. I have a take and would like to hear your opinion. I think in terms of ROI in Limited, it will be better to play to win Classic and sell in season than to play in season. You won't need to spend a lot to build a Classic season team to win a tier 3 or tier 2. In-season reward that we sold for 5 to 20 euros, and with the same money spent on an in-season team, you won't be able to win almost nothing. I actually like that. I do. There's a lot of sense to what you've said there. So to conclude on this safe investment point, it boils down to just investing less because there's risk. So Limited is the safer market because it's cheaper. Yeah. So for me personally, if I was going to start Sorare today with the knowledge that I've got, I would not invest at all in Limited. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. Okay. I wouldn't have any Limited teams whatsoever. Okay. I would invest in Rare because I think that there's good earning potential. There's good rewards potential in the Rare, even if the Rare cards are lower than what I'd like them to be at the moment. I think it's a good starting point, Rare. And I think that it is with the scarcity of it, there only being 100, I'm much more comfortable with that than I am investing in a player that can have potentially up to 1,000 of them minted in a season. So for me personally, I would not invest in Limited at all if I was starting today with the knowledge that I had of Sorare. I would invest in Rare, given that Rare is effectively, in many cases, at the Limited levels anyway. Free Tip Scout, do you think that the team built with 5 to 20 euros will be able to compete with big team stack? It won't, so the chances of winning in season cards will be difficult. Same thing we're seeing Premier League in season. Most weeks are Liverpool City stacks, small stacks, almost never win. So one of the things that Sorare have done, it's a good point, by the way, one of the things that Sorare have done, which actually I don't like, is they have made the new format much more where it's not really about scouting low end, like high potential players, right? It's now much more about just trying to go out and buy top players. So rather than discovering these unknowns, which you could do, right? It's almost like just try and get tried and tested, pay a little bit more, and then if you can, try and run stacks of these teams as well, right? And that's a very big shift from what Sorare used to be, because Sorare used to be maybe not running stacks at all, but being rewarded for spending the time and using your knowledge to really find those clever players that a lot of managers were just ignoring, or not even, they weren't even swimming in that pool to look for them, right? The way it's gone in Sorare is that it means that with the new format, if you don't have really top players and if you're not prepared to pay for those really top players, then you have to try and hope that you can win them in the classic tournaments. But even with the classic tournaments, you're going to need still the top scoring performers, okay? And another reason why you're going to need that is because with the prices of the cards being so low, it doesn't really matter if you have a player that is like a good scorer of 60 points, but they only do it like one every kind of 2 or 3 games or whatnot, right? That's probably not going to be enough. What you're going to need to do is, rather than buy that player for like £5 or spend maybe 5 times more to buy a £25 player, that is then going to be able to consistently hit you probably a score of 70, 80 that you can rely on pretty much every game. And there might just be the odd game where they let you down. So that's kind of the route that they've gone with it. And it's kind of, there's sense to it. There is some logic to it, because it's more sustainable now for Sorare, and it rewards the guys that are prepared to collect more, that are prepared to spend a little bit more money in the game. But I think the magic of being able to scout the bottom end players and to try and discover those players that are really off the beaten track that can then do really good, as in really good for how much you pick them up for. I think a lot of that is going to be lost because, of course, they have shifted the focus, and also the caps are being scaled back as well. Now the scouting advice from Fabrizio they had before comes into play. Yeah. Yeah. Bless little Fabrizio. His scouting videos were shocking. They were terrible. I'm glad he stopped doing them, because he was basically telling people, go, like, look at this guy. And everyone was like, yeah, we know. He's a star. He's been a star for years. So what? You know? Stick to leaking transfer stories rather than scouting. All right. It's 2:45. Let's take another quick break here. And then when we come back, we're just going to finish off, I think, these teams here, as in we've already done them, but I just want to run back through them again. And then we'll do some other things as well. So back in 5, guys. All right, guys, we're back again. Something that I just want to share with everyone, and we actually haven't talked about it yet, is how everybody is doing in the midweek game week so far. So at the moment, the midweek game week for me is not too bad. We're winning a card in All Star and 220, but we're not going to hold on to the card in All Star. Funny enough, we might actually, if we're lucky enough, we might be able to win one in 220 because we captained Estrada because, when he plays at home, he does very good. He was at home, he got an assist, and his AA was pretty good as well. So he gave us a score of 78.1, which then with the captaincy gives us 100. And then Cade Cowell, who we played last night as well, he scored. He started and he scored. So we have this really bad score, which I thought had killed any chance for us to win anything in 220. Kosanu, I don't think is going to play or start, but you never know. And if he does start and he does very well, then we might be able to squeeze something. So it's still alive, the 220 here. It's still alive, just about. At least it makes it interesting going into the final game, doesn't it? Because I thought this was kind of dead after this score here. But Estrada's kind of compensated for it. And then we're off to a good start in our 220. The projection here at the moment is that we're going to finish 83rd with 278.51 points. We, of course, got a double salvo from Carlos Garces. This is the forward who I bought as my main America forward for the start of the season. And this was the guy who famously or infamously I talked about on the stream when his price dropped down to £7 for absolutely no reason at all. So anybody that picked him up for £7 is now laughing because this guy is on fire at the moment. Look, absolutely on fire. He's very good anyway. This is like not that much of a surprise, but he doesn't tend to do this like game week after game week as often as he has. So pretty good. And hopefully more to come from him. So we got a good score from him. And I'm really happy about this as well because we brought in Marcelo Benitez for about a tenner. I needed a defender or a player that had an L15 of 32 that was actually a starter. And Marcelo Benitez had an L15 of 32. He's now going to have an L15 of 37 or 34, sorry. He had an L15 of 32 before the start of the game week. And the great thing is that he plays for the same team as Carlos Garces. So he hit a score of 59, which was actually pretty good. And that means that heading into the last three games tonight, we've got a good chance of getting something out of Cap 220, but I don't want to jinx it. You never know. Pepe Reina might not even start. Liegman's saying a tier 4 for me in second div. FBL says shit. Sums it up very well for me. We won't go into it then. It doesn't sound like it's very enjoyable for you. The Philadelphia stack did great. Even though it didn't. We know what you mean. And then Sorare put the rivals tickets back to one every 24 hours. Did they? Did they do that? Really? Is that to stop people hoarding them? Where have they said that? Have they announced it? I mean, I'm asking if they've announced it. I think I'm asking too much there, aren't I? Have they done it? I've got to wait 7 hours for the next one. Doesn't look like it for me. got a message from Sorare when I clicked on Rivals. Okay. So we haven't had that message yet. But Tista was saying that when he clicked on Rivals, he got a message that said that you can now only earn one every 24 hours. You got the message on the app. You can see my face at the moment. I'm very happy that we've been hoarding the 2 tickets a day. Have you just sent me the message, Twitch Gaming? Yeah, you just sent me the message. Okay, perfect. Thanks, man. Let's bring this up then from, not Bruzzle, from, here we go. So thank you, first of all, for Twitch Gaming for sharing the screen here. This is what you get in the app. We haven't seen it on the desktop, so maybe that will come a little bit later. But it says, starting now, the arena ticket claim frequency will return to once every 24 hours. So you can claim 2 every 24 hours, right? Rather than 1 every 12 hours. That's what I'm getting from that. Because they advertise 2 here. So rather than you having to claim 1 every 12 hours, I'm expecting that you can still claim the same amount, but you just claim once every 24 hours, which if they make that change, that's way better. Because having to click every 12 hours is a little bit annoying. Whereas if you say you can just claim the same amount, but you just log in once every 24 hours and then you can claim it, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I think if the update is that you can only claim 1 every 24 hours, then that will be kind of crappy. That'll be really crappy. Because I think managers are already struggling to have enough tickets to play anyway, so you don't want to reduce that down or half it by the amount of tickets that they could get free as a refill every day. But from the looks of it, it looks like rather than having to log in every 12 hours to claim it, which is a pain, you just have to log in once every 24 hours to claim the 2, right? Why do you think it's 1 ticket per 24 hours? Well, I guess it says the arena ticket, right? Right, so it's not talking plural. The arena ticket claim frequency will return to once every 24 hours. And it also says once as well, doesn't it? Dear. Yeah. If you look on the app, it says 1 ticket and then 19 hours for me. Oh, does it? Well, before I tell you what I think about it, because it actually, now that I've read it again and read your comments, I think you guys are probably right here, that it's probably reduced down to 1. What's everyone thinking about this here? I mean, these were the free tickets that you get that naturally refill. It used to be 2 a day. It looks like they're changing it to 1 a day. Good or bad? Is that a good or bad update? It looks like they're trying to really push the managers can't just farm the tickets. Because look, they say, don't forget, managers now have multiple ways to gain the tickets through reward boxes or by achieving daily missions. So I think I understand what they're doing here. But I want to get everyone's opinion first of all. Wasn't playing Rivals anyway, but seems so stupid. This is a loss and hard enough to win anything other than more tickets. Why not let us farm them? Yeah. So the way that I interpret this here is that I think Sorare have clocked on to the fact that managers are just hoarding the 2 a day, right? Keep with me on this, okay? The old format was that you didn't have to play rivals at all, and you would win 2 a day. Win, because you would naturally be able to claim 2 a day. That old format made good sense in many ways to claim them, but it didn't actually make a lot of sense to play the game. Because if I played the game, and this is exactly what I've already tweeted and I've mentioned several times here on the channel and also on Twitter, I could play rivals and I could do 3 matches and I could end up winning, most likely, 3 arena tickets, right? For a lot of managers, they clocked on and they thought, why play it? And why, because I'm not even really enjoying it, or I'm just going to win tickets anyway. Why go through the hassle of trying to play it just to win 3 when I don't have to do anything at all and I can just win 2? Okay? So a lot of people have been hoarding 2 a day, including myself, right? Now, if you want to try and combat that, there's probably a couple of different ways that you could do it, but one of the ways that it looks like they've done it is that now you can only claim 1. You're only winning 1 a day. And so now when you play Sorare Rivals, right, and you win 3, winning 3 is going to feel quite significant now because you're winning 3 compared to just claiming 2 a day. And they want to make it, I think, so that they're encouraging you to play it more. But I've got to be honest with you, I don't think that you should be making a change like that to try and force people to play the game more. If the game's already quite fun to play, then people are going to play it. So, not a good change in my opinion. Yeah, not a good change. They want people to send more invites. They want people to earn the tickets more than just sitting back and earning 2 a day. Is this going to get me to play Sorare Rivals more? 1000% no. I'm not going to be playing Sorare Rivals more, even if it means that I am going to be only earning 1 ticket a day. I'm still going to log in, claim my 1 ticket a day. I'm not going to now play it to try and win 3 tickets. Absolutely not. Oh, you sent me another screen as well. Okay. Where have you gone? There we go. Yeah, but this here still says that you get another one in 12 hours time rather than 24. So this is the old message, isn't it? Because otherwise that would say you get 1 depending on when you claimed it. I mean, did you just claim a ticket? I mean, if you claimed your other ticket, your first ticket, 12 hours ago, then that would make sense, right? But if you just claimed your ticket, then of course that wouldn't be right. That counter. Okay, cool. Yeah. Not the type of change that we were hoping for from Rivals, was it? Like, we want better changes in Rivals. We don't want that you now can't earn as many tickets from not doing anything. Yeah. What's the point of rep in Rivals? There is no point. Yeah, it means nothing. I mean, technically it does mean something because apparently, if you, and this is the crazy thing with it, apparently if you have a high rep, then Sorare will sporadically, randomly, when they feel like it, they will reward, I think, some of the guys who are top, who have the highest rep with something. But nobody knows what that is. There's like no set reward for it. But I have seen it. Where was it? We go on to Sorare here, right? This is honestly one of the frustrating things with Sorare. Here we go. Where is it? Go down. Where is it? Here we go. Look, here we go. A new king is in town. This is from 3 days ago. A new king is in town. Huge applause to Lies, by the way, for achieving a remarkable 800 points milestone and becoming the first on Sorare Rivals. Check your DMs for a surprise. So he probably won something. They probably are going to give him something for that. But why is it not almost set in stone in the game? They're like, why are they not promoting that if you can finish in X position, then you can win X reward? It's so esoteric and it's so cloak and dagger that I don't understand how they're not promoting that, you know? Like, if there are things to be won, which I think there are from the evidence of this, right? Then just tell everyone. Just let everyone know. If you can get the highest rep, then you can win this, right? That's a great way for people to be playing the game and playing it more and trying to climb the rankings, right? What they've said here is that, and this is not even something that they have really advertised before, they're basically just alluding to the fact that if you here on March the 11th, which is random, this is the top person on March the 11th, and just check your DMs for a surprise, right? So frustrating. It's so frustrating. So I don't know what they got. Nobody knows what they got. Maybe they did get something really good, like a card or something, or some merchandise, but it's a guessing game. It's a guessing game, and it doesn't need to be a guessing game. They could easily just say, try to earn as much rep as you can this month, because we're going to be giving away this, and this if you finish in the top 20, or if you are able to achieve a points total in your rep of more than that. But they don't say anything, and nobody really sees the value of rep points. I certainly don't. But there is kind of something there, but it's just not really clear what it is that you can get from it. So yeah, to answer your question, they do matter, apparently, but but not really. Oh, I don't know. Does anybody actually know this guy? Does anybody know what he won? What the surprise was that he got? I mean, fair play to him, because he's obviously been spending a lot of time playing Rivals, spending the arena tickets, trying to get the top leaderboard position, right? I just think the whole uncertain nature of it is so unavoidable. Like, if they actually said, this is what you can get if you achieve the top leaderboard, then I'd probably be giving it more of a go. And I think everyone would be playing it more. And that's almost why we need some rank rewards in here. But if it's so random like this, where you don't know when they're going to reward people or what they're going to reward you, and it's all kind of like they haven't even really said what he's going to win, it just doesn't incentivize people. Yeah, he won a McDonald's coupon. And this was such a missed opportunity for Sorare, because when I saw that they tweeted this, I thought, oh, cool. Like, he's actually going to win something for having the highest rep points in the game, right? So he's going to get a ranked reward. And I was like, I wasn't aware that they were doing ranked rewards. And I was like, okay, what has he won? And this was such a missed opportunity, because they could have said here, congratulations to Lies, by the way, you, for being the new king in town, this is the brand new card that you're going to get. And then everybody would have been like, oh shit, like maybe we need to be hitting the arena hard to try and play this game mode more, right? Because he's just won an incredible reward. But even that was like such a missed marketing opportunity for Sorare. And it's a basic. Oh, well, I've talked enough about it. You guys know how I feel about it. So rep points apparently do mean things, but it's not clear when you need to achieve them by. It's not clear how much you need to achieve, and it's also not clear what you'll get, but there is something there, potentially, that you could get from it. Yeah. It would just be nice if Sorare communicated it. Playing Rivals, to get more tickets to play Rivals, they need to fire the guy who invented that shit. Like, do you really think it's that bad, Manjit? Because I voiced the same concern and the same point in to Sorare in the feedback group, and pretty much everybody in the feedback group made out like I was mad. But you're voicing the same thing now, and we're seeing a question from Tennis Sam, who's saying, "What's the point of repping Rivals?" Imagine new users to Sorare. They're probably thinking, who are playing Rivals, they're probably thinking, okay, what does the reputation mean? And it's not clear what it means, right? That's why we're getting questions of, well, what is the point in it? Like in the missions here, look, the mission says that I can win 2 rep points here. Now, the 2 rep points are obviously going to climb me up the leaderboard, but to what end? Like, what's the carrot at the end? Like, what is at the end of the stick for me? Like, if I'm earning these rep points, right? What's the means to? What's the end to justify the means? Isn't it? Earn 2 rep points because those rep points will help me to hit a rank that will then allow me to do what? To win what? It's not in the game. It's not stated in the game. Like, it's just such a basic. It gives me a headache. Just looking at how basic this is as an error, to not try and incentivize your users to try and hit those rep points because they know that they can get something at the end of the road. There's not actually anything at the end of the road. And if there is something at the end of the road, people don't know what it is and they don't know when they can get it. And it's just all so cloak and dagger. And it doesn't need to be, and it shouldn't be that way. This is not how they're going to get the game to grow. I was negative about the new Rivals update, which comes end of the month. But the more I think about the new free-to-play system, which replaces amateur comps, the more I think it's better than the actual system. Good to hear. I can give them 5 things to change and Rivals would be so good. I showed my friend Rivals. He said he wants to try it, never played Sorare. But after asking me if he can win something, I didn't know what to say because the chance of winning something is too small. Yeah. So your conversation with your friend would have probably been, he probably would have said something like, okay, what can I win from it? And you could have said, well, you can win a card that you can then own and it has reward value, and you can then play it in the other competitions in Sorare to then potentially win cash, lots of cash and bigger rewards, right? You could win jerseys too. You could win like merchandise and whatnot. You can also win more tickets to go and play. You have a very low chance to win the cool stuff, as in a very, very low chance, but you have a chance to do it. So most likely you'll be playing this Rivals to win tickets to go and then spend to play more rivals, to then win more tickets, to play more rivals, to win more tickets, to play more rivals. And at that point, your friend would have probably said, "Nah, I'm good." Yeah, it just frustrates me. I think the game mode frustrates me because it is like we're having to explain the obvious things to Sorare, things that should be obvious to them as well. You know, like have like this rep points here. I mean, it really winds me up. Like, why do I want to win this? You know, why do I want to win rep points? I can't answer it. If your users can't see a reason for it, then why do they do it? They could even do like little events where maybe if you earn X amount of rep points, so you need to earn like 100 rep points in like 24 hours or something. So it's like a flash rep event. Okay, so you got to hit like the arena hard in like 24 hours. You got to do loads of games in a short space of time, and you need to earn like 100 plus 100 rep points in that time. And if you do that, then you can unlock a box, for example, like another Rivals reward box, but it might be a reward box that then doesn't have these percentages, right? Then you might have a higher percentage to win a card in it. You might have, say, only a 50% chance to win tickets, but the tickets you win in there would be like 5, for example, or 10. You know, like achieving that kind of thing would open up a special type of reward because then your rep points would feel like winning them and earning them could net you something. But the rep points at the moment, just like earning 2 for what? You know? You showed him all the things and he still plays EAFC and not Sorare. Eventually he'll come over to Sorare, but it's frustrating, isn't it, when you show somebody that probably should be interested in Sorare, you show them Sorare and you kind of explain some of the things, but they don't quite see the appeal of it. And it's frustrating because Sorare are not helping themselves by doing, frankly, some really stupid things that just don't make sense in any game at all. One of the few who got a card on Rivals, Mitchell from Palace, and sold it for $5. Lovely, man. Exactly. Exactly, Tennis Sam. Why can't they do a system where rep resets every month and it's like a tier system, kind of like it has now, but give reward boxes based on which tier you reached? That's actually how most games do ranked rewards, is that you have to reach a certain tier every month, and then you then get better rewards the higher the tier you finish, right? And then once that month is done, the leaderboard is reset, and then you go again. Everyone starts again from the same position from the same position for the next month, and you go again. You try to climb the leaderboard again. At the moment, there's absolutely no incentive to try and climb the leaderboard, but there's a leaderboard. It's just bonkers, honestly, absolutely bonkers. Free Tip Scout, have you seen England's squad that's been selected? No, I haven't. Thanks for reminding us. Let's go and look at that now. Anthony Gordon and Jared Branthwaite receive first call-ups, okay. Whether or not they're going to be played is a different matter. Tony's been recalled. Ezri Konsa's been called up as well. That's quite good for him. Calvin Phillips doesn't make the cut. What? Chelsea forward Cole Palmer features while Raheem Sterling has been overlooked again. Oh, that's a little bit hard for Raheem Sterling, that. Okay, so Johnston, Pickford, Ramsdale, Branthwaite, Chilwell, Dunk, Joe Gomez, Konsa, Maguire, John Stones, Kyle Walker. I mean, I'm not that bowled over by that defence, but of course, Harry Maguire is always going to be in there because Harry Maguire could go on holiday to the Bahamas for 6 months whilst everyone else is grinding away, trying to work in their arse off, trying to get into the England team. And then Harry Maguire could literally come back from the Bahamas with cocktails in his hands and just stroll into the team. And I think we all know that in the summer, Southgate's going to be running Maguire and John Stones at the back, as he always does. It's kind of cool that a couple of the other guys that haven't really had any involvement are going to get some time now, like Branthwaite and Konsa. Bellingham, Gallagher, Henderson, Maddison, Rice. Okay. Right, cool. And then Bowen, Foden, Gordon, Kane, Palmer, Rashford, Saka, Tony, Watkins. England need to be playing 4-3-3, don't they? With all the forwards that they've got. But they need to be playing 3 at the top. I don't think there's really a big surprise with this team at all, apart from probably seeing the likes of Konsa and Branthwaite in there. I think it's pretty much what I would have expected. Do you guys think it's a good England team? Yeah, true. Yeah, Tony over Solanke is controversial. Good point. Definitely. Yeah. The fact that Rashford has got into the team, and Rashford's been dog poo this season. Rashford's been awful. So Rashford's in there, but Solanke, who's been grinding away, doesn't get a look in. He's actually been fantastic this season. Just shows you how Southgate doesn't pick based on how you do. Not really. He has his favourites, doesn't he? Southgate's such a sneaky guy because he always says that he picks based on merit, and it's obvious he doesn't. So he's a little bit disingenuous, really. Like, I much prefer someone that's just like honest and just says, look, there's a couple of guys that are always going to be part of the team because we trust them and we know we can get the best out of them when they're in the England setup, even if they've not been good at club. But Southgate usually says we pick based on how well they've been doing. And then you've got the likes of Rashford in there, and Maguire, of course, who's not been that great either. Interesting. Free tip scout, I quickly want to give a cap cheat code. Christos Mandaz will be in goal for Lazio, with Providel being out for a while with injury, L15 of 25, and they play Frosinone next. That's a great shout from Twitch Gaming. Brilliant shout there. So if you guys are looking for a goalkeeper and you need one with a low L15, then that's probably a very good option to look at there from Twitch Gaming. Great shout, man. I keep wanting to invest in Sorare, but I'm increasingly feeling like it doesn't make sense. The constant changes make it difficult to have long-term goals. I want it to play limited, but I know I'll just lose money with it. Building a good team in Rare is expensive. I just don't know what to do. It's a good point, by the way. I think around the constant changes, you don't have to worry in theory too much about the changes, because Sorare have said that from August, they're only going to be changing the game in certain windows. So it'll be August and February. But of course, we need to see that. It's one thing to say it. We then need to see that happen. I think around how much you want to invest or how much you want to play in Sorare. How much have you already invested in Sorare, Manjit, if you don't mind me asking? Maybe we could do that as a concept as well, live on the stream. Because one of the areas that is obviously a talking point at the moment is the MLS in season. I think it would be quite interesting to see what an MLS in season limited team could cost. Because if you missed it, Manjit, then Sorare released the prize pools for the MLS Special Weekly. And for this type of competition, there's 150k up for grabs. It starts in Game Week 461, which is from next weekend. So you've got about a week to line up build for it, or to buy players for it, right? But kind of the cool thing with this is that it only needs a minimum of 3. So you can just buy, like, say, 3 in-season cards, right? New season MLS cards, and then you can then buy 2 classic cards, right? And I actually think that the rewards in the limited are decent enough to build a team for it, specifically for the MLS Special Weekly. Personally, I'm not going to be doing it because I don't want to buy limited cards, and I know I bought limited cards today. I don't want to be buying more than what I need to in limited. It's not a scarcity for me anymore. If I wanted to do rare, I could do, but there's a much bigger expense with that one. And ideally, if I was going to play MLS Special Weekly, then I would do it in rare, because the rare is the main competition that I focus on now. But the cost of the rare cards, even the new season cards, are just too much really for me to invest in the game at the moment. So I kind of have to skip it. I can't get involved in this really. But I do think that if you're kind of like Manjit, then this is probably a good opportunity potentially to pick up some new season cards and then play the MLS Special Weekly, because if you can finish in the top 500 of each game week, then you can see here that you'll be able to earn $20 back, and potentially a lot more depending on how your teams do. And then, of course, when that finishes, you've then got in-season cards already that you can continue to use in the in-season format that then kicks in after this MLS Special Weekly. Galeese from Orlando L15 is so good for MLS Special Weekly, but they only got 2 games in the 3 game weeks. Yeah. I'd actually like to see, just for my own curiosity here, I'd actually like to see how much it would maybe cost to build a team today for the MLS Special Weekly, because when they announced this, I thought it was quite cool, but I have no idea how much it would cost to do. And so why don't we do it? So I think what I would probably do is for the goalkeeper and the forward, I would probably buy a classic card to keep the cost of those positions, which historically in Sorare are the most expensive, right? The most expensive positions or players to get are usually the goalkeeper and the forward. So probably get like a classic goalkeeper and then a classic forward. And then I would then get probably 2 defenders, most likely, and then 1 midfielder. And those 3 would be the new in-season. Because remember, you don't need to have like a full 5 that need to be new cards. You only need in limited a minimum of 3 MLS cards from the current 24 season. So we need to have 3 new season. So why don't we do it? Let's have a little gander. The first goalkeeper that comes to mind is, of course, the goalkeeper that I've already got, Brad Stuver. How much is Brad Stuver these days now? We bought him for about £7. He's now at £12.50. Since Dave, look, we bought him here. Since, of course, Dave announced the special weekly, his price has gone up, as you'd understand. But why don't we scout for maybe a MLS goalkeeper that's under £10? I think Steve Clark is over. Okay, and they must have a game, of course, in game week 461, which is the first game week that it starts, right? Okay. Limited, and then we want to look for a goalkeeper, a classic goalkeeper that is under £10. So we'll go up to 11 here. Okay, and there's 54 results here, right? Sort by floor ascending filter. So we want to try and look for the cheapest possible goalkeeper that we can find. That also is the goalkeeper that we feel offers good value for money. Okay, so nobody here at the moment. This is kind of how I would do it. So Guzan looks to be the entry-level goalkeeper here. Sean Johnson is in here as well. Sean Johnson at £8.54, the way that Toronto are playing is actually pretty good. Then we've got Joe Willis in there as well at £9.45. Okay, so from game week 461, he's playing LAFC away, then Columbus at home, then Philadelphia. That's a no. That's too difficult. Stefan Fry's out injured. You've got Zach McMath in there. You guys know how I feel about Zach McMath. I'm not even going to entertain him, but you could look at him. I want to take a look at Sean Johnson, because Toronto have actually looked quite impressive so far. They've only conceded, they haven't conceded, they've conceded 2. No, they haven't conceded any goals at all. It's so impressive. Is he out injured? He missed the last game. Or was that just a suspension? It looks like a suspension, doesn't it? But this guy is really good. And in game week 461, they have Atlanta at home, which is a little bit tricky. Then they've got Sporting KZ at home, and then they have Whitecaps away. He was injured, was he? Okay. Is he projected to play this weekend? They didn't take any risk with him, okay. So he's 50-50 at the moment. Now, obviously, that's for this weekend. That's not for the next weekend. Game Week 461. Johnson, late scratch for the last game after he felt something in training the day before. Okay. So if Sean Johnson was going to be fit and available for next weekend, I actually think he has a good fixture, a good run of fixtures at home, and he's a good price point as well. And he has that level of scoring that you probably want to have in this type of tournament, the MLS Special Weekly. So what we could do is we could pick him. We don't need to stack, of course, defensively, but if we could, that'd be great. Who does Tim Melia have for Game Week 461? Galaxy at home, Toronto away, and then Portland at home. Not good. Who does Guzan have? So Toronto, Chicago, and then New York City FC. Okay. I wouldn't pick Guzan personally, but he is under £10 in the Classic. Oh, look at their fixtures there for John McCarthy. Sporting KZ away, Sounders at home, and then LAFC. So the LA Derby away. He is definitely not the type of goalkeeper to be targeting for the MLS Special. What are they calling it? It's the MLS, the MLS Special Weekly. Okay, I'd probably pick Sean Johnson. And if we look at his cards as well in limited, so yeah, we could literally pick up his old season card for £8.54. There's not a huge amount of XP on it. Would actually be, in my opinion, probably worth it to spend an extra £1 to get this card here for £9.45, which is a level 11, and it's 5.5%. It's a much better card, but for the purposes of what we're doing here, we'd put Johnson in. Oh, we've got it on. Okay, yeah, fine. So yeah, he'd be about £8.54. Then, defensively, we could do a stack, but I don't think so. If we look at the team that played against Charlotte, we've got Long, Sean O'Neill is in there as well. Got Gomez, that's okay. To be honest with you, I don't really like them defensively, but they are doing good at the moment. I do think that there are better players to pick. One of them we already have, which is Aaron Herrera. Now, Aaron Herrera, he's going to be away with the international team, isn't he? He's going to be missing this weekend. And we were looking at it. He could actually be missing what for there as well, no? When are the games for Guatemala? It could, yeah, you're right. You could pick players all from the same team, for sure. But I like Sean Johnson, and I don't like any of the defenders, so we wouldn't pick a defender from the team. Okay, so 22nd and the 24th. Okay. Yeah, look, game week 461 is the 22nd to the 26th. So someone like Herrera wouldn't work here. However, MLS there, filter. It has a game at 461. And then I think what I prefer, this is personally what I prefer from a defender in the MLS, is I actually prefer a defender that can provide some kind of attack and returns as well. So what we could do, we're going to look for someone that offers that. Do they have all 3 fixtures at home? That's pretty good. Yeah, it's very good for Vancouver. Hollingshead turns up here. Ooh. Is Nathan injured again? He is, isn't he? Such a shame. This guy can never stay fit. We do need to put a little bit of a price on here as well. Let's sort by floor again. Keep in mind that we would buy a new season card of this player rather than an old season card. Brooks Lennon. Yeah, Brooks Lennon is the type of player that is fantastic because he gives you really good AA and he also gives you really good attacking returns as well. Who's he got? So he's obviously going up against our goalkeeper for 461, which isn't good. So we'd ideally not like to do that. And then he's got Chicago and New York City FC. We've also got in here Mickey Yamain, who's brilliant, and Ryan Hollingshead, who's really good too. How much is Ryan's new season card going for? Oh my word. His new season card is going for £18.46. Wow. That's a lot, isn't it? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Nathan isn't injured. Yeah. Forgot about that. Like, if Nathan was available, like, honestly, if Nathan was available for game week 461, then he's a given. Nathan would be the one. Like, when is he expected to be available, Twitch Gaming? Because he's missed 2 games here. Is he expected to be back for game week 461? His new season card is only going for £7.46. He's 50% projected. Okay. That's kind of interesting because this is a good price point for Nathan in limited for the new season card. And potentially what that means is that we could then, instead of going for Sean Johnson, we could, if Stefan Fry is going to be back, we could look at Stefan Fry in goal. How long is Stefan Fry? Fry and João Paulo are doubtful. Interesting. So they're doubtful for this weekend, but Stefan Fry could actually be available for next weekend. Who do they have? We didn't check them. We didn't see who they've got. They've got Earthquakes, Galaxy, and Montreal. So they have 2 away games and then they have a home game. It's not that great. Earthquakes is not too bad because they're not doing that good. And then Galaxy is a little bit tricky actually for Seattle away. Montreal at home, they should be able to deal with them. And game week 465 is arguably the best game week because the reward scale, they get higher up. So they start off at 1,000 in game week 461, and then by 465 it's 1,800 for first place, and it's up to £8 for the last place basically. Or that range. That actually, it does actually make me change my opinion here, because Nathan is so good that Nathan would be the type of player that I would want to have long term anyway. Not that I'm not buying this team, right? I'm not doing it, but we're just conceptually doing it. It is, of course, a little bit risky because it means that Stefan Fry might not be available for next week, but I think it's actually a risk worth taking. So if anything, what I would probably do instead, because Nathan is one of my favorite defenders from the MLS, right? So what I would do, where's it gone? Here we go. Instead, what I would do is I'd put Fry in, hoping that he would be fit for game week 461. Oh, let's go back to goalkeeper here. So we'd pick him up for £10.67 as the classic card, right? And then we would buy a new season card of Nathan. And that new season card would cost us about £7 or £8. We also have to keep in mind that there is a cap on this, isn't there? There's a 280 point cap. So having Nathan in here is a little bit horrible because he has like a really high cap. So what we probably should do instead, let's put this as cap 270. So at least we can track the cap a bit better. And then we go back to the goalkeeper here, put Fry in like that. Okay, so it says here that we have 145, but technically we have 155. Now, there's a couple of other players actually from Seattle that are good. Let's bring them up. In fact, let's do that. So the likes of Roldon, the Roldon brothers are really decent. Reagan's doing good. Tolo's okay. Rui Diaz, I'm a big fan of, and the same for Morris as well. Morris, we would need to get him as, if we were going to start to stack now, for Seattle, we would have to get Morris as an old season card. His old season card's quite cheap, actually, at £5.79. The thing is, though, is that we picked up Areola for like £2 earlier, his old season card. So what I'd like to see is I'd actually like to see who Dallas are playing. Okay, so... Oh, okay, they're not playing game week 461. They're playing 463, 465. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Like it's interesting. Like there are some good players here. You could easily build like a team with this guy in it as well if you wanted to. He's injured at the moment. You guys are saying that he's going to be back in training, or he's back in training, right? But I actually don't think that I want to build a full team here for it. I think that I would prefer if they have a good run of fixtures sporting KZ. That's decent. They haven't been scoring a lot at the moment, but that's pretty decent. Because I genuinely think the Sporting KZ is a really good attack. I don't really like their midfield. This is the only defender that I really like. Fontas. How much is Polido these days? 562. Okay, and then Shaloy's a lot more expensive, isn't he? Shaloy's like 12 or something. Yeah, he's like 11, 12. So what we could actually do, I think that's what we could do. We could do, as the forwards here, we could buy like an old season Johnny Russell for like £4.57. Then what we could also do technically is we could like bring in Polido as well. But Polido or Johnny Russell would need to be the new season card because again, we need to have 3. So our defender has to be the new one along with our midfielder. The only slight problem with doing this is that we then don't have a midfielder that stacks with our forward line because I really don't like the midfielders, but it's also not a big problem. The Polido, how much is Polido going for? Oh, man. Pooky is doing good. Yeah, he's doing very good. He'd be really expensive. Okay, so his new season cards at the moment. What? They've not been auctioning any new season cards of Polido? Wow. They haven't auctioned any yet. So that's not going to work. Is it the same for all Sporting KZ? No, it's not. Because look, this is a 2024 one. I mean, Shaloy's a lot here for £26. Shaloy, the new season card for Shaloy's a lot. It's a fairly good investment though because he's got that high end to him. So if you add a decisive onto here, he's going to be hitting you like that. Which in those 3 games that we would target here, especially here, the home games against Portland and Galaxy could be quite good. So yeah, okay. We'd do Shaloi then instead because there's no new season cards of Polido. That does bump the price up a little bit actually. So Shaloi, a new season card of Shaloi, rather than that be 11, he'd actually end up being about 30, which is kind of a lot. But then as the midfielder, maybe Angelo from Orlando, potentially. Who did Nashville have? Oh, we looked at Nashville. They don't have good fixtures, do they? Yeah, they've got horrible fixtures, really. Not good at all. Let's have a quick look. Who's kind of a midfielder that we could get really on the cheap now, because we need to try and keep the cost down for this last position. So if we can, again, try and look for someone who's 11 as the floor, and then they have a game at 461. Let's filter that. It's going to be a load there. Then what we could do... Delgado's not a bad shout. The only thing with that is, and Delgado's very good. The only thing with Delgado is that a little bit of a difficult game in the LA Derby. But a good shout though. Pedro Santos is doing very well at the moment. I don't know whether he actually has midfielder cards there, does he? For his new limited cards, no? Does he even have any? He does, yeah. He is a midfielder card, okay. He's been scoring very well in the starts he's had so far. But I don't think we'd go for him. But he would definitely keep the cost down. Jared Stroud's in there. Gaston Jimenez is in here. He's not bad at all, Jimenez. He's pretty good, actually. Is Muller playing again? Oh, he's coming from the bench. Good. Okay. We need like a heavy-hitting type of player. Somebody like a Maxi Morales, who could be fit. Keaton Parks is pretty good. He's been poor, though, recently, hasn't he? Keaton. Yeah, I mean, that scoring's terrible. It's no good at all. Daniel Aguirre's in there. Mark Anthony Kay's in there. Not that fond of him. Raposo's in there. Not quite the level that we're looking for here. Leo Chu's in there. Of course, Leo Chu, he has some good levels of scoring, but he's not very consistent. I wouldn't spend on him. Grylak's in there. Chara, no. Ili Sanchez is in there. Ili Sanchez is the type of player that would be a good option. Yeah, because he can like hit you a score like that, 60, 70 without any decisive. His AA is quite good. You like Brian Gutierrez from Chicago, the tough fixtures. Yeah, Joveljic is fine. Does Joveljic have midfielder cards? He doesn't have a midfielder card. He's a forward. We don't need a forward anymore. Good shout. I like him. He's okay, but we need a midfielder. Yeah. Like we're set with our forwards here for this kind of concept team where we've got 2 forwards we're running with, but we need a midfielder. Westwood's in there. I'm not convinced with Westwood at the moment. He technically should do good, but he's not showing me that at the moment he can hit the levels that we were expecting. He's very underwhelming so far, so I wouldn't take a gamble on him. We've got Radoja in here. Radoja would give us a stack, but he's just not the type of player that contributes enough offensively, so we wouldn't look at him. Gregus is in there, sure, but not really. James Sands is in there. He's doing a lot better at the moment, Sands, now. Until he got the red card. This is actually okay scoring from him. Ooh, okay. Osorio's the type. Ooh, wow. Osorio's really cheap as well. Same with Martin Ojeda. And then, of course, Rusnak. You guys are telling me that Rusnak's probably on his way back as well, right? Rusnak's good, but Rusnak doesn't quite have like the real high end that we need. Shaqiri does have, for sure. How much is Shaqiri? And who's he got as well? He's got, oh my God. Game at 4-6-1, he's away to New England, then he's away to Atlanta. Oh, that's horrible. We probably won't look at him. But he's actually quite cheap, so it's a good shout there. Where are we at? Jade's a very good player. Problem with him is he doesn't start enough, but he's actually got some good fixtures for 4-6-1, 4-6-3. Doesn't have 4-6-5 though. Look, that wouldn't work. Even if we wanted to make it work, you've got Busquets in there, but I think Osorio here, because we were looking at Toronto. This guy's brilliant. He's not quite been dishing out the good scores that we want him to, but he's actually good. He's very good. And he's got a home game against Atlanta, which is not great, but it's at home. Home game against Sporting KZ. We don't mind too much, actually, even though we've got Sporting KZ forwards. There is a little bit of a conflict of interest, but because if they concede goals, then he's going to get points deductions. Jonathan Osorio. How much has his new season card been selling for? Because we would need to, if we were going to do this, okay, his new season card is selling for like £10. Jesus, wow. That's insane. It's like 7 times more than his classic card. Robert Taylor's brilliant. Yeah, Robert Taylor we would definitely do. But we'd have to pay a lot. Same for Bassett. We could definitely do a Bassett. We could do Cole Bassett for sure. Greilac is pretty decent, yeah, but he's not really he's not really got to the level that he used to. Espinosa's technically good. Jordi's really good. He's yet to do what we know he can do, but this guy is actually pretty good. But with Cole Bassett, if we could get, there's Delgado, who was mentioned before. This is kind of, look, there's Taylor at 549. Who does Taylor have? So we've got New York away, New York City FC at home, and then Colorado at home. Taylor would be a good pick there. And then we've got Gazdag as well. But the new season card of Gazdag would be expensive. He would have Portland, Minnesota, Nashville, and 2 of those are away. Kind of want to avoid that. I like the Robert Taylor shout, though. Brugman's a good player too. This is actually pretty good for Cole Bassett as well. Houston at home, then in 4-6-3, LAFC at home, which is a little bit tricky. He's got Inter Miami away, which is a little bit tough. But this guy's so good. How much would he be available for new season card? About £8.76, £9. That's better. Getting someone under a tenner, just to try and keep the cost down for this type of team. We've also got Tensio, Amaya. If we go back a bit further, I mean, technically Nwobodo is good, but Nwobodo doesn't really offer attacking returns, really. Would be getting him for his AA. He's got some not too bad fixtures, really. I really like Osorio, though. What I don't like about Osorio is that we would pay more for a new season card of Osorio than we would pay for like a Cole Bassett, and we'd pick a Cole Bassett. So I think we're going to do that. We could do Silver as well, but I don't think so. Good suggestion, though. I think we'd do Cole Bassett here. Oh, could we do Cole Bassett? We couldn't. At the moment, we couldn't. When this team gets started in game week 4-6-1, because we're 1 point over at the moment. That's another thing. We were kind of forgetting about the cap. So at the moment, we have 37 left, right? But technically, we have 47 because we would have to do it under a cap of 280. I think we need to factor that in, don't we? We need to factor in as well that there could be some changes here. Yeah. So at the moment, we could play this. We could put the team together, and it could fit under the cap of 280 by game week 4-6-1. But what you also need to do when you're lineup building is you almost need to just try and give yourself a little bit of wiggle room so that if any of these guys have a really good game week this weekend and their L15 goes up, then it means that then by next weekend, you're not going to be struggling to fit them all under the cap. So we do need to put, probably to be safe, we need to put like a score L15 average. We'd do 47, but realistically, we'd need to have it a little bit lower than that. No, haven't thought about that. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting you mentioned about Pencil because at the moment, there's somebody who posted in the feedback group that Pencil, he can't add the team with him. And we've asked in the feedback group, is that a bug? And we're waiting for a response on it. So it's a good shout from Scuzz TV there. I mean, it technically should be a bug because he should be available because he is technically in season. Even if there are no new 24 MLS cards for him. Who's got the highest L40 here? Okay, so look, Brugman comes up in here. Keaton Parks. Oh. Bogus comes up in here as well. That's interesting because this guy's really good. This guy's really good. He's got a load of good scoring to him. Bogus. And he's under 23 as well. Oh, that's an interesting one. And because he's got such a low L15 as well, we wouldn't even need to worry by next weekend when the MLS Special Weekly comes around because this will give us a load of breathing space, right? How much is his new season cards been going for? Ooh. 14, then 17 as an instant buy. So between 14 to 20. Okay. Yeah. So technically, yeah, his European card is an in-season card. But the manager that was trying to enter him into a team like an MLS, it wasn't allowing him to do it. So yeah, we're just like, they said that they would come back to us on that. They'd check it to see whether it's a bug or not. I don't know actually. I don't actually know whether we've had a response on it yet. Let me have a little look. Yeah, it's now working. Yeah, so it was like a bug that was preventing this guy from like basically using a in-season Genk paint seal card in a MLS comp. Yeah, it's fixed now. Who have we got here? Gazdag. I mean, technically Gazdag is the heavy hitter, but I think we said he doesn't really have that good of fixtures though. There's a lot of people here actually. There's too many. 143. Okay, L40. Let's up that a lot. Let's up that high to 38. Bernadeschi could be an interesting one. Bernadeschi could be a good one, given that Toronto are improving. And we were looking at Toronto as well. His new season card went for £26.25. His old season cards are like £3.92. It's madness that. It's too expensive, really. I feel like if we were going to spend that, we'd just spend it on a Gazdag or a Bogus. Let's do Bogus, actually. I mean, we're not doing this team anyway, but it was just to show you guys the type of team that you could do. If we threw him in, you would then technically have 9. Or 11, actually. 11 points, sorry. Tell a lie. You'd have a lot of points left over. So price-wise, this is a little bit interesting because if you were going to do a team like this, then I think what you would do is you would buy the classic card of Stefan Fry and then buy probably the classic card of... Who's the most expensive? Let's have a quick look. Okay, yeah, fine. I wish there was a filter on Sorare data where you could switch between seeing the averages of the old cards, like the classic cards and the in-season cards, right? If we go on here, because now there's just big gaps between the old and the new. Yeah, I think probably still getting, Stefan Fry as the classic card is the right play. Bogus, his new card is 17. His old card is kind of 543, so it's probably okay to kind of not get his new season card. I think the one that was worrying me was not Russell, but I think it was Shaloy. I think Shaloy was worrying me because he's already quite expensive in his old season card. So I think you'd probably want to get Yeah, look, 11 and then 26. You'd probably want to get Shaloi as the classic as well, rather than spending 25 there. And then Nathan was quite cheap in his new season card, and Russell was also kind of cheap too. So look, Johnny Russell's new season card. It's kind of a bit pricey actually, but somebody bought him at auction for £16. Yeah, I would. I would really go for Nathan, yeah. So that's probably the type of team that I would do if I was looking to play the MLS Special Weekly, which I'm not. I'm not playing it. I'm not going to go and buy cards for it. But if you did want to do it, that's probably the type of team that I would be doing. What do we think about it? What would you do differently? FOMO into it. It's a good tip from Scuds there. Good team or bad team for the MLS Special Weekly? I don't mind. If you think it's good, great. If you think it's bad, I also don't mind. Let me know in the chat, guys, what you think is good, what you think is bad. And if you think it's bad, what would you do differently? Keep in mind that the MLS Special Weekly would have a cap of 280 rather than 270. So even though it looks like this team wouldn't work, it would actually work in a 280 cap. And yeah, as I mentioned, probably bogus here is actually quite important because this weekend, if, like, say, Johnny Russell, Daniel Shaloi hit like a really big score, then it would, of course, bring their averages up, which then means that we have even less points to work with under the cap of 280. So kind of having a player that's under 40 to counteract the high Nathan is probably works quite well. Yeah, would personally go with Brooks Lennon as I like fullbacks more because of their upside potential. The only reason we didn't go for Brooks Lennon, I get it. The only reason we didn't go with Brooks Lennon is because Brooks Lennon would actually be. Hold on a minute. That might have been when we were looking at Toronto, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's the reason we decided to not go for Brooks Lennon when we were looking at the Toronto goalkeeper. But I agree. Yeah, I think if you could get Brooks Lennon instead, then even better. Yeah, even better. Like, I like Nathan because Nathan is the type of defender that will give you an AA of like 50, 60 because he's like really aggressive, really gets stuck in. But the downside to Nathan, or one of the downsides, is that he doesn't have the same attacking returns as a Brooks Lennon. Brooks Lennon, I prefer the attacking fullbacks too, realistically. It's a good shout. Herrera won't be available. Yeah. Herrera would be for game week 461. He'd be on international duty. Alex Roldan instead of Nathan, really. Roldan's quite a good scorer, isn't he, Alex? He used to be quite he used to be a player that used to be very bogged down into the mid 50s, right? But I think he's kind of improved his ability to hit into the higher end a bit more. I personally wouldn't choose Roldan over Nathan, but I also understand if you did. The advantage with Roldan is that he's also an international for El Salvador. He's not as injury prone as Nathan as well. Like Nathan's real kind of high risk in a way because he's the type of player that could just be out with a long-term injury. But when he plays, he's incredible. I mean, should we top this team up? Why don't we top the team up, right? So Stefan Fry, we would buy as the classic today if we were going to do it. Stefan Fry would cost us £10.55, right? Without any negotiation, he'd be £10.55. Okay. And then Nathan. We would buy the new season card of Nathan. And the new season card of Nathan, if we bought it on the secondary market, or because this one's an auction, there's no cards of him on the secondary market for the new season. But if we went by his last sale went for $7.46. This is already at $7.23. Let's say, I don't know, £8 here for the new season card of Nathan. So plus £8, right? Then bogus, we would also get the new season card. And so we could buy him immediately for $15.98 on the market. Okay. That's cool. And then we would buy a classic card of Daniel Shaloy. Is that what we said? Or was it the classic card of Johnny Russell? I don't think it actually makes a big difference, really. Because Johnny Russell's classic is $4.52. And then we could buy his new season for like £17.18 or £17.18, right? So we're kind of looking there at like £13 or so difference. And then Shaloy is kind of like 11, isn't he, in his classic? It's like 11.15. And then his new season card is around what? 30? Oh, it does make a difference, doesn't it? It's an extra 19. So we'd almost need to get his old season card here. So if we added 11.15 onto it, and then we got the new season card for Johnny Russell, that's 11.15. And then Johnny Russell would need to be the new season card, which we could get for 17.18. Okay. Is that right? Have we missed one out here? Yeah, it's telling me that, yeah, it's roughly around what the average is here. So I've calculated that. Hopefully I've done it correct. That would be about £62.86. Free tip scout, why go for Nathan, who will be 100% bench from next week when Yaimar starts? I don't think so. I think if Nathan's fit, then they play Nathan. He's incredible. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Thing is, you know what? You start doing expected returns, then everyone will start telling you the game's not about returns. That you shouldn't focus on returns, right? It's a game. It's not about how much you win. There's so much hypocrisy in the Sorare community at times that we have this wonderful tool that helps you to work out financial returns, how much you could make per player, you know, analytically looking at what they can give you, and then breaking it down on a very finite level. And then you've then got people saying it's not about financially what you can win in this game. It's just a game. You shouldn't look at it as an investment. Even though this game, this tool has all the tools actually to help you look at ROI and yeah, it's funny. No, I don't think he gets benched actually. No, I don't think Yaimar gets benched. What was the team that they played? Let's go back here. Let's go back to, where was it? Was it this one? I thought that they played Nathan and Yaimar together, no? In one game, did they not? So in this, no, they didn't. He's only played one game. Yeah. I'd like to see them play together, actually. I think Nathan and Yaimar together is a formidable centre-back partnership. Much more formidable than Yaimar and Reagan. Guys, what would be the team that you would do? Maybe I'll do a tweet about this as well to see what teams you guys would come up with for the MLS Special Weekly. I think the issue with having a Nathan at Seattle is that he's too good to sit on the bench, which is why I'd pick him, because he's not a bench player. When he's fit, you literally need to play him, because he's the type of player that will be unfit and be injured at some point. So when he's fit, you need to play him. I think they eventually will start to do Yaimar and Nathan together at the back. I have my rare LA stack ready to go. McCarthy, Yemaine, Puig, Paintsil, and Delgado. Yeah, very strong. Yeah, very strong. I think we looked at LA Galaxy for game week. I think it was 465, where they have the LA derby. That's going to be a tricky one for you. But the other two fixtures are pretty good. Takioka, Laborda, Greilac, White, and one extra. Who's the one extra? I'm not massively fond of Vancouver. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they've been a strong team for a while, and I think they've made some okay purchases, bringing in some players, but I'm not convinced by them. When I look at them, I don't really think they're that strong. But that's probably why it's good to have them, because there could be a team that just really surprises. Stuver or Clark in Champ America. The spare goalkeeper will go in specialist. Stuver, what game does Stuver have? He has a home game, right? Yeah, against Philadelphia. And then Clark has what? Home game against Portland. Oh, tricky. That's a difficult one. Probably go with Steve Clark, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, I'd probably pick Steve Clark for Champ America. Maybe Vitt or someone cheap. Maybe Ahmed. Is Ahmed playing much at all? Ali Ahmed. Is he playing at the moment? No, he's kind of coming off the bench at the moment. Ali Ahmed would be a good pickup long term. The problem with him, as you can see, is he doesn't start regularly enough. When he starts, he's actually brilliant. He has so much high end to him as well. Quite like him from Vancouver. Pedro Vitt's not bad too. Ryan Gould is actually quite good. I like Ryan Gould. Very good, actually. Ryan Gould. We shouldn't say he's quite good. He's very good. Yeah. You have Gould, right? Did you just mention Gould? You don't have Gould. This has surely got to be the extra that you put into your team FIFA, no? Ryan Gould. I mean, His attacking returns are great. He hardly ever DMPs whatsoever. He's got incredible AA, good high end. Surely got to have him in your team, no? If you're running a Vancouver stack. You're not going to spend big on it. Your budget's limited. Oh, fair enough. I mean, his value is £21 in limited, and I'm guessing that's for the old card, right? His new season card's been going for close to double that. Wow. Such a difference now, isn't there, between old season and new season cards? Why is Brad Guzan rare so cheap? Free Tip Scout, is it bad fixtures or age? I think it's age, really. And also with Brad Guzan, he's quite injury prone. So for me personally, I've said a lot of times on the stream that I wouldn't even touch Brad Guzan, even with your money. Because I think if you invest in a Brad Guzan at 37, or what, it's not even 37, he's like 39, isn't he? Guzan. Yeah, he's like 39, right? I just feel that this goalkeeper, with the injuries that he's had over the last 18 months, I think if he has another big injury that puts him out for a long period of time, I think that's it. I think he just hangs his boots up, because then it'll be like a realization that he can't do it anymore. So I think that some of that is priced into his value. Some of that risk is valued in there. The other thing to keep in mind is that Guzan, with his age and the team he plays for a good team, but they don't keep clean sheets. You can see it here, look. So you're not really going to be getting a load of scores of 60 points or more from him. And then when you do, you don't really tend to get the absolute high end that you're going to need. So I think it's a combination of all those things there. But I honestly think if you're a budget, not you specifically, I think if anyone here is on the channel and he's kind of thinking, I need to have like a rare America goalkeeper, but I don't want to spend like more than 60, 70, or I need to try and find like a sub £100 goalkeeper that's starting, could be worth a risk, right? But you'd only really do it knowing that if he gets one other big injury next, it's probably done. It's probably done. Yeah. Antonio has started. Need a DA from him now. Oh, you know what? We're going to need to check that soon for us as well, because we have, I think we've got, well, we're hoping that Pepe Reina starts today. So in just over an hour's time, we're hoping that Reina starts. If he doesn't, then it's going to kill our chances to win something. I'm expecting him to start. Yeah, 10 minutes we have to wait, isn't it? If you guys hear it whilst we're live, just drop me the details or drop me the link, and we'll check it out. And fingers crossed he is starting. And then if he is starting, hopefully he doesn't produce a shocking score. And then we'll just have to then wait tonight to see whether we can finish this team off. We could have a little look at Villarreal, couldn't we? To see whether they've released it earlier or not. Sometimes they do, the clubs, actually. Oh, how do you fricking spell Villarreal? Like that, isn't it? With an A. Yeah, with an A. Why was that trending? There was a weird spelling of Villarreal? Done. There we go. Look, 1 minute ago. It's good timing. So Pepe Reina is in goal for their second leg game against Marseille. Great. Cool. I mean, I was fairly certain, but you never know. And they had a huge deficit from the first leg. They're down 4-0. So, yeah, I kind of thought, well, because they're down 4-0, they probably don't want to play their number one goalkeeper, Philip Jorgensen, because it's almost a game that's done unless they can win the first half. They basically need to score a couple of goals in the first half to give themselves a chance of trying to do the biggest comeback ever against Marseille. But because it was 4-0 in the first leg, it was probably the right opportunity to give Reina game time that he wouldn't ordinarily get in a league game. So great. Cool. We got it. I bought Reina in specifically for that reason as well. We didn't pay a lot for him either. Yeah, look, I only bought him for £1.96 for the new season card, which I actually think is really good. Yeah, he went up a little bit more. Yeah, I think we got a good price on him there. Do you think Brighton play Gross and Dunk? Play Sharper has them as bankers? I think they do, yeah. I mean, it's all to play for in that game, isn't it? And Brighton are going to want to get through. So they'll play their starting 11, yeah. Oh, is it? It's 4-0? Did they lose 4-0? Oh my God. I'm swimming in games here. Oh, they did as well. Yeah, of course. Oh, wow. Well, yeah, I think that... What's the next game after? This one's postponed. Then they got Liverpool. Yeah, they have to play their 4-11, don't they? They have to give it a go. God, I forgot that they got hammered there. That's so poor from Brighton. That is poor from them. They're the type of team that shouldn't really have been beat 4-0 there. Yeah. Yeah, they have to go for it, yeah. They also don't have a game. They don't have a game this weekend, right? Their Man City game is not on. It's not happening. So they need to go for it. Yeah, they need to go for it. Like I was thinking, if they had this game that wasn't postponed, then you'd be thinking, well, maybe they don't go hard here so they can try and get something from the Man City game, but that's not happening. So yeah, they need to go full team, full 11, strongest 11 there. If they don't, then there's almost no point turning up, is there? Yeah. They got a long way to go. They've got a big mountain to climb. But again, if they get 2 early goals, if they get 2 quick goals, right, really early on, you never know. I mean, we saw what happened with Nottingham Forest and Luton last night. Luton were up by half-time 3-0. They ended up losing the game 4-3. So if any of these teams are going to take some inspiration, they need to look at Nottingham Forest and think, we can do it, but we need to come out of the gates quickly. Yeah, exactly. If they go into that game, if they go into the first half or half time, 2-0 up, right? Then they have a great chance of they'll be feeling great that they can actually turn this tie around. I think the danger for Brighton is that if they concede the early goal, then you can just imagine the morale, the mentality is just going to drop instantly, because then it's going to be like, we have to get 5 goals, right? Which is just to tie the game, to take it to extra time. So they need to go for it. But if they concede an early goal, and if I was the manager of Roma, I'd be saying, get an early goal, because then I think it will just completely kill their morale. Like, you get that early goal first, they're done. You're gonna kill all the fight in them. Oh, sorry, Bournemouth. Yeah. Sorry, Bournemouth. Yeah. Swimming in games. Yeah. The reason I said Nottingham Forest is because Nottingham Forest are playing Luton next. Yeah. So I've been so focused on that game that I forgot that it was Bournemouth. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big game. If Luton don't win it, then they're down, I think. Nottingham Forest need to win it too. Like, it's a relegation deciding game, that one. I don't think Luton are going to win it. You never know with Luton, but honestly, their performances and they've just looked too. I think that game last night would have really knocked them for 6, if I'm honest with you. How can you be 3-0 up and then lose a game 4-3? That's not the type of result you want going into this game. So I guess it depends what they do on the training ground from now until the weekend. But the really interesting thing with Luton is that Luton have actually scored more goals in the Premier League than Man United. That Man United have only scored 39 goals, and Luton has scored 41. So fair play to Luton. I don't think anyone was expecting that Luton at this stage of the season could boast that they have scored more goals than Man United in the Premier League. Obviously, the big problem is that they've just been far too leaky at the back. They've been far too panicky at the back. I think panicky is what I see from Luton. Like, they don't seem to have like a Virgil van Dijk, because they had him. That was Tom Loikia. But obviously Tom Loikia's not on the pitch anymore. But they don't seem to have like a proper centre-back leader at the back that can kind of keep them calm and stop everyone from losing their heads. Because you saw it. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't, check the highlights out from the Bournemouth game yesterday. It's like Sunday League, you know, like where everyone's losing their heads and you just need someone just to kind of like steady the ship a little bit. And the defenders were just all over the place for the last goals as well. Like, the organisation just went out the window and it was like panic was setting in, you know? So, a shame. But yeah, pretty crazy, right? That Luton have scored more goals than Man United in the Premier League, but they're probably still going to get relegated. Yeah, the Solanke goal was great. I was really disappointed with Hashioka, because Hashioka was marking him and he just allowed him to turn so easily. Like, you've got to just be more physical there, right? You can't let him turn you like that. But it was clever from Solanke. It was clever, but I'd prefer my defenders to be like bullying the forward a bit more there. But still a class goal, yeah. Not good enough to get in the England team, though. So, all that trickery, that clever play, and Solanke's still not getting a sniff in the England camp. And he probably never will. I don't know what else he needs to do, Solanke. How many goals has he got for the season? He's easily double digits, isn't he? Easily. He's 15. He's got 15 goals for the season for Bournemouth. We're not even talking about a great team here. We're talking about Bournemouth, who were, where were they? Like 16th or something, 15th in the league. He's got 15 goals for them, 3 assists, and he still doesn't get called up for the England team. And then someone like Marcus Rashford, who's been, as we talked about, I love Rashford, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm a Man United fan and I'm a big fan of this guy, but Rashford's played 27. He's got 7 goals and he's just looked like he's not been there half the time, you know? He just walks into the team. It's such a shame that you can see that Rashford's been picked for his name rather than what he's actually done this season, whereas Solanke has not been picked for what he's done this season. And he couldn't have realistically done any more, could he? To have said, hey, like, at least consider me for the Euros, at least consider me for the friendlies, right? So give me a shot to show that I could offer you something different. What else do you have to do? You know, look at that. What else do you have to do? I feel for him. Because if I was in his position, I'd be fuming. I'd be saying, I can't do any more. Literally can't do any more. And I still don't even get a look in. Yeah. How much is Solanke right now? Do you remember when we were talking about Solanke like a long time ago? And I think that he was something stupid in limited, like £2 or £3 or something, no? When we were talking about him. He was, look. When we were talking about him on the stream, he was like £1.50, £2. And the reason we were talking about him is that at the time, I was saying that he was great for the Premier League winter special because he had a really good run of fixtures. He had like a really low L15 and he was stupidly cheap as well. And you can see that there was a big run. There was a big surge to get him in for the Premier League winter special. He remained really high. Then he crashed after the Premier League winter special. had less games in it, and then he was kind of around here. And then, of course, with the Premier League in season, they now call it, he's had another big surge again, hasn't he? But when we were talking about him, we were saying, look, I think at the time he had like an L15 of like less than 40 or something. I think it was like 38. And we're like, how? Like, it's so stupid. It's so good. If you were one of those managers that spotted the potential here and picked him up for that. Feel really bad for Solanke. This just discourages players from small teams. I agree. I really do. Like for Solanke, it's like, what more does he have to do? The fact that, wasn't it that Tony, even Tony got recalled, right? And Tony has like missed half the season, you know? And he's come in, he scored a couple of goals, Ivan Tony, right? But he's not done anything he's got 4 goals in 9, good return since he's returned, right? But Solanke's not, what's the expression? I don't think this is an expression, but he's not, what is the expression I want to use? He basically needs to charm Southgate in other ways. Yeah, serves a ban and walks straight in, exactly. Serves a ban, plays 9 games of the season, and is straight in the team. Solanke, who's grafting like a maniac, has played 28, started every game, is really helping Bournemouth to avoid relegation. Because let's be honest, if they weren't getting the goals from Solanke here, I'm telling you now, Bournemouth would be battling for relegation if it wasn't for Solanke. Like, his goals alone are keeping their head above water. And it's just like Southgate just looks at it as like, yeah, whatever. I'm not interested. Yeah. I feel like Solanke at least deserved to have been called up to be given a chance in the friendlies, right? To not even be called up to be given a chance in the friendlies is poor. He's only got 1 cap to his name. I mean, our other forwards that we've got, Anthony Gordon. I mean, honestly, maybe I'm wrong in saying this here, but why is Anthony Gordon in the squad and Solanke isn't? I like Anthony Gordon. I think he's okay, but has he been a better player than Solanke this season? I don't think so. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Because Gordon can play on the wing. Yeah, sure, but Neil, look at the players they've got here, right? Look at the players they've got. It's not like we're desperate. We have a shortage of wingers here. Bowen can play on the wing. Foden can play on the wing, right? Palmer can if he needs to. Rashford can. Saka can. The argument here is we probably don't have enough centre forwards, really. Look, Tony's a centre forward. Watkins is a centre forward. Harry Kane's a centre forward. You could have. We don't need another winger technically. We probably needed another centre forward. You've even got some players here who can kind of play wide if needs be, really. I think if you're being honest here, and if you are really looking at it, it's harsh on Solanke. He should have been given a chance in the friendlies, I think. If he doesn't get a chance now, I don't think he'll ever get a chance. Don't know what else he needs to do. Tony Watkins and Tony all in front of Solanke. I agree, but I don't think that Solanke shouldn't have been called up. I think Solanke has to be called up to be offered the opportunity. If you're going to be an England manager, you want to be looking at players and saying, go and prove yourself, right? If you've got players that are proving themselves and they're still not even getting called up for a friendly to show what they can do, it's a shame. I think if anything, what it probably shows with this here is that this isn't actually really a squad for anybody to prove why they should be part of the squad for the Euros. This is just more a squad that he is probably going to take to the Euros that he then wants to test out against two difficult opponents, because it's Brazil and Belgium. He wants to see how his Euro 24 squad will do against that type of opposition so close to the season. So I think if we were earlier in the season and Solanke had been performing the way he had, then maybe he would have been given a call-up. I agree with you, though. I don't think he's in front of Watkins or Tony in terms of quality, but I think it's a shame that it's clear that Southgate's pretty much decided what his squad's going to be for the Euros. And so he's thrown a couple in here just to kind of, it's a couple of youngsters, right? Just to kind of see what they could maybe offer at the back. But yeah, I think it's a shame for him. What's the one word Southgate can't read? Solanke, yeah. Yeah. England only play with one striker normally, don't they? Yeah, they do. They do tend to, yeah. And it's usually Kane, and then he's supported by wingers, right? Yeah, but yeah, you're right. You're right in that sense. You are right. I just think that I think it's incredibly harsh on Solanke that he doesn't get an opportunity to show, because I think he's earned it. That's the point. All right. Let's call it a day. Thank you so much, guys, for all your support on today's stream. And we'll be back again tomorrow at 12 UK time. So until then, enjoy your evening, and I'll catch you all tomorrow.